You're watching a B.A.S.S. presentation.
Good morning, welcome to Bassmaster Live, and we are ready to rock and roll. Always wanted to say that, but that's just getting to where we're going to fish. It's going to be a wild one out there today. It was on day number one. This is day number 2 of the Progressive Bassmaster Elite Series St. Croix Elite. Our live coverage brought to you by Rapala, and we are so happy to be with you for the next 7 hours, bringing you the action for the first time for the Elite Series from here in the Tar Heel state of North Carolina. That's kind of hard to believe. So many great anglers, such a great fishing culture here. But there it is, and we'll take it. We're going to a very different sort of place. The Bassmasters have not been here since 1981. Forget the Elite Series. That's Albemarle Sound and the Pasquotank River. That is our home base right there, Elizabeth City, North Carolina. That was a scene a little more than an hour ago. The sun just barely getting up, all near the horizon, and 102 anglers, our full field out there getting ready to go for the second day of fishing. A lot of differences between the lead up, the advanced publicity, the predictions, and what actually went down on day number 1. It's really, really interesting, and we'll get into all of that today. We've got a very interesting top 6 we're going to be in the boat with all day long. We'll introduce those to you in just a moment as well, but suffice to say that we had a great day on number 1. It was not great for everybody, but one of the anglers we were with all day long, Brock Mosley, had himself a good day, 18 pounds and 5 ounces to put himself in 6th place. There's Jacob Fouts. Jacob Fouts, who is coming off one of the longest streaks of making cuts ever, just ended early this year. And having a good one here, trying to get himself in shape for points. And Joey Cifuentes had a great rookie year, fell off the pace a little bit the second year, and he's trying to get back on as well, had a great day 1. Trey McKinney, part of a great rival. I keep saying great. Everything's great. We got to modify that a little bit.
No, there's too much positivity, Tommy, coming from you over here.
Well, tell us who this guy is.
Easton Fothergill, Davey Hyde, our 2025 Classic champion. Boy, he started slow yesterday and said, I'm figuring him out. I'm going to catch a bag today, and he did. But, Tommy, this man caught the biggest bag, 30-plus pounds.
Our 2023 Progressive Bassmaster Angler of the Year, Kyle Welcher, vastly outshot. I mean, a 7-pound lead after day 1, David. That's beyond impressive.
And I don't know if we believe him or not. I guess I do. Kyle's a stand-up guy, but he said, I didn't have a clue. I finally got a clue after my second 7-pounder, so look out today.
I would say definitely. We'll be with Kyle all day long. You can count on that. He's a very interesting guy, very intelligent angler. Be fun to see him try to work it out. He's planning on doing one thing to the exclusion of almost everything else all day, and we'll spill the beans on that a little bit later also. Jacob Fouts, there he is right there, his 5th year as a Bassmaster Elite Series angler, capable of really putting himself in the mix for wins on multiple occasions, but he hasn't had his first win yet, so he's looking to get that done.
Be very interesting to see this morning if he decides to make a run. You heard, if you watched any of the weigh-in, I mean, about every angler said how rough it was, every one that made any run whatsoever. Brock Mosley is a guy that didn't go quite so far, but it'll be interesting this morning to see which anglers make that long run again.
Here on the Albemarle Sound is where the Pasquotank River flows in. That's where our headquarters is, but there are several other connected waterways to the giant Albemarle Sound, and of course the problem is dealing with that sound. That is a massive, vast place of shallow water, very much affected by the wind, and wind is expected today. Trey McKinney, one of the big names in the recently completed Bass Pro Shops Bassmaster Classic. He duking it out with Easton Fothergill on the last day, and it was Easton Fothergill getting the upper hand, but Trey McKinney has certainly made a name for himself in a short period of time into his 2nd year with the Progressive Bassmaster Elite Series. Easton Fothergill, our world champion, reigning world champion, got Tidal out just a few weeks ago, Fort Worth, Texas, at the Bass Pro Shops Bassmaster Classic. He got onto something yesterday as well, and that also is not good news for everyone else who wants to hold that trophy.
Yeah, we had a camera with him yesterday, and it was interesting. He stayed rather close early on and only had 1 fish, but then when he went to his 2nd area, He said, I got something figured out after he caught his first fish, and boy, did he. It didn't take him long to really catch that 23 pounds.
He said, I'm going to get a bag, and he did get a bag. Hey, great to have you with us here. Welcome to the Bassmaster Studio, sponsored by Marathon. I'm Tommy Sanders, of course, with Ronnie Moore. Davey Height, two-time Angler of the Year and Classic Champion. Mike Suchan is here as well. And Davey is one of those kind of, I know, it's a little bit of reverse of what we usually see. We see a lot of, poor-mouthing and woe is me sort of reports about a fishery leading up to the start of the tournament, and then it turns out to be this gangbusters. There's a little bit of a flip-flop on that this time around.
Yeah, absolutely. I think all of the anglers, or most of them for sure, had a very good practice. The conditions were set up really good. The water temperature was about 10 degrees more than it is there now. But we'll see. Things should get better. I expect to see more big stringers. I don't know, that 30 pounds might be hard to top, although we heard of some stringers that were 30 pounds plus, so we'll see. Maybe we'll get another one of those. This place got a lot of big fish, and I really enjoy the way it's setting up because you don't know which guys are going to make those long runs. And if you make that long run, as Jason Christie said yesterday at weigh-in, you're committed. That doesn't always mean once you get there, they're going to jump in the boat for you.
Absolutely. Ronnie, of course, the last event we were at with Bassmaster Live, wind was the story, especially to start out. Definitely the story yesterday. It made a difference in a lot of people's days.
It absolutely did. And when you think about the east wind blowing in from the Atlantic Ocean through the Albemarle Sound, it made those anglers go into the Chowan River and the Roanoke River, even the Perquimans River. There was really no protection for those anglers blowing from that direction. Today it's going to be a little bit more south-based in the morning, southeast. Then it's going to turn to be a south. But Davey, we kind of see if you're going to the Roanoke, you're going to feel like the wind is coming at your face because it's a little more southwest from that direction. It's kind of converging on this body of water right in the center of it. One thing I do like, you mentioned, Davey, you just don't know with the way this is setting up who's going to catch them. We saw a lot of people catch them on bladed jigs, crankbaits, top water, wacky rigs, a lot of different ways to catch them, and you could be using your technology or not and still catch big bags this week. So this is an interesting dynamic, and I think it will get better after we had a little bit of a setback with the weather. We have to remember, it is April. We had 80-degree days for a whole week leading up, and we've had nothing but 60s and 40s since then. So as it warms back up, it will, I think, regain what we thought it would be with big bags everywhere.
Well, Sush, give us a quick set of the numbers, a sketch of the numbers. We didn't have near as many 20-pound bags as we were used to through the first two events of the season, for sure.
No, just the 30-pound, 11 ounces from Kyle Welcher, which was a big surprise at weigh-in. We didn't have him on Bass Track, and we saw Fothergill and we knew McKinney both had around 23 pounds. We had an 8-pounder from Keith Combs, and Jason Williamson almost caught an 8-pounder, 715. 71 limits. The average fish was about a little bit over 2.5 pounds. So, those guys did pretty well out there with some big fish. Even our cut guy had a 6.6.
Well, let's take a look at what Kyle Welcher was able to achieve on day number one. Again, Kyle Welcher has yet to win a tournament with the Bassmaster Elite Series, but he has been in the conversation so many times. This is some footage from his day one. And Davey, he didn't get a whole lot of bites.
No, he didn't. He said he only caught 7 bass yesterday. The key was a 1/4 ounce tungsten weight, a 4 ounce gamakatsu hook, and a bronco bug, a crushed city bronco bug. For most of the fish, you see that particular one was on a glide bait, but most of those fish, you'll see there's another one on the bronco bug. Setting up around these isolated pieces of cover, he was using his forward-facing sonar, but being very patient, fishing for these fish slowly, methodically was a big, big key for him. The thing is, after watching yesterday and talking to these anglers that caught them, what the guys did, Eastern Fothergill, Trey McKinney, and a Kyle Welcher, to catch them, there's a lot of other guys that, hey, they're trying that. They're trying to make that happen. It's just not easy. These guys that we've got cameras with today excelled yesterday doing something that really isn't that complicated, but they just figured something out a little bit differently. Slowing down was a big, big key for Kyle Welcher.
Live.
Mm-hmm. I got too much freaking line out.
Say that's a good
Freaking
start.
giant, dude. Daggum giant. In the mouth. That freaking bronco bug, baby. I can hardly stand up. I'm shaking. Yes, sir. Oh, thank you, Lord. How about that sucker, dude?
That's an 8-pounder, maybe 9. That's a huge fish.
Most definitely bigger
Say
than
8-pounder?
if Easton
Oh, my
Fothergill's
God.
7-pounder was as big as we saw yesterday. That's way bigger.
Come on, Kyle. Tell us. Old poker player's not going to let you know what his hand is.
That's right. He's going to.
Yeah.
Come on, Kyle. Give us a window there.
It just went in as a
I know it
612
was
according
big,
to
but
Bass
like-
Track. So I'd say it's all of that.
Davey,
You
first
never
fish of the
count your
day,
money
and
until the dealing's done, do you?
That's right.
What's that, Ronnie?
It's Davey, one fish on the board for us on Bass Live and one lie gone in Bass Track as well.
You know, it wouldn't be so bad if they didn't weigh them.
Normally we
and then
say it's
that.
a, you know, a fib.
You know, I can see, well, you can at least have the
golly.
Yeah,
excuse.
I don't
that
want to say something wrong.
Right.
He knows exactly what that
Yes, he does. Wow. What a start.
That is, man, that's a great looking fish.
Yeah, you know, we started off pretty good today. I spent a lot of time on that fish, but I mean, I knew it was a big one. I had a really good feeling that it was going to bite. You know, we made the cut on day one, so really, in my opinion, if I'm going to win this tournament, I need to just commit to what I'm doing and really try to find them big pre-spawn or spawning females that have moved up into here. And I mean, that's what I'm going to do today, all day. I'm going to try to catch 5 females. I may not weigh in a limit, but if I do, it's going to be a big limit. So, I mean, we already made the cut. It's time to just try to gamble a little bit and try to catch a big bag. So we're going to do everything in our power to find 5 of those females and catch them.
We'll be watching, that's for sure.
Yeah, usually you say, well, boy, it's being tough. It's tough being number one, and the number one guy going out, you got to target. He's got such a lead.
She
You
was
want to beat
acting
him.
Yeah, absolutely.
good, and then she started acting weird, and then I left her, and then when I was on the way back, I broke my trolling motor off. So I couldn't really scope and see her because my trolling motor shaft was.
Yeah, the only deal about the target on the bag, Tommy, when you have such a big lead like he does over second and then huge lead over sixth, he's got guns pointed back at everybody else too.
Yeah, that's it. Easton Fothergill.
Yeah, I mean, we're off to a good start. Got a 2-pounder. The water level's come back up a little bit from yesterday, so definitely have to keep the, you know, I'm fully expecting them to hit the bank again. And, you know, if they do that, I'll catch them on buzz bait, spinner bait, swim jig, that sort of thing, so. But I'm definitely gonna have to keep everything honest today. I think it's gonna be a mixture of, you know, inches of water and also what I was doing yesterday in order to get a good bag today for sure. Big fish up there. If it's a bass, it's gonna.
Looking at Easton's perspective mode on his unit there, you see the fish just off of that longer limb that's at about 1 o'clock. Fish swimming around from 12 to 1 is. One thing we saw yesterday that I think was very interesting is how he was able to see these fish that are roaming around a lot, not necessarily positioned right beside these laydowns. It was unusual how much they were swimming and roaming, almost wandering in these areas. The Classic, he doing something similar. Those fish were positioned right in those trees and weren't moving around.
Trey McKinney.
Feeling good this morning. Just, you know I got to do what I got to do to get the bites, and it might take me a little while. Like right now, we've caught 4 or 5 fish. We don't have a keeper. It's like stuff like that, but I know they live here because I caught some yesterday. So I just got to pick it apart real nice and slow, catch the right ones, hope for the best. Right now anyway, I mean, if I cast shallower, I can catch a bunch of fish, just no size, so I caught my 2 biggest ones out here a little farther, so I'm gonna try to, as the day goes on, just keep fishing a little farther and a little farther out, but still remain getting some bites in between. I can't go too far, because there's hardly any out here, but the ones that are seem to be a lot bigger.
Trey McKinney doing very similar to what Easton's doing, looking for those fish that on isolated pieces of cover and just roaming around out there on those shallow flats, using their electronics to find those fish. And like I said, it's not like they're the only 2 or 3 people trying to do that. There's a lot of guys. With the water falling and the temperatures falling, the level and the temperatures, both of those things usually mean those fish are going to pull back. And that's exactly what they've done.
Always fun to follow Brock Mosley. We did all day yesterday. He looks to be in roughly the same area he was yesterday.
Just keep her.
Told you it'd be a little bit more action today.
Catching most of his fish on a vibrating jig with a Yamamoto Zako trailer.
All day long.
We got to remember, he had 18 plus pounds yesterday be on camera again, and he lost that one at the boat. That would have probably called as well, so he might have been in the 19 to 20 pound
Could have
range
had 20. Yeah.
for Brock Mosley. And by the way, 612 it went in as. They said 7 1/4, and maybe when it's on the official scales, it might be more than that because the digital might be a little off. So, yeah, we were right. We were right.
Take a look at it and see what you think. You can make your guesses. Write them down. What a fish to start the day with for our leader. And now his lead is somewhat, it's out of control here. It's about 11 pounds plus ahead of Easton Fothergill. And Easton's got a fish in the boat already, just not a giant. So Kyle Welcher definitely in control early on, but that's exactly all it is now, just early on.
All right, I'm Kyle Welcher. We're at the Pasquotank River for the Bassmaster Elite, and this is my bait of choice for the Pasquotank River. This is a black and blue flake, Crush City Bronco bug. I got it really on a lightweight this week, a 1/4 ounce weight, and a 4/0 Gamakatsu G-Power heavy cover flipping hook. So those fish are spawning, and I want to flip something a little bit bulkier in there to try to generate that female to bite first before the male will. So I'm gonna flip a little bit bigger bait this time of year. So that's the lure I'm choosing for the Pasquotank River.
Bass Pro Shop's top lures and essential information on what got Kyle to 30 pounds, 11 ounces yesterday. Let's take a look at what's got him up there with just under 7 pounds and maybe more than 7 pounds today. That was his first keeper of the day. Hasn't been catching a lot of keepers, but he said when he decided to put that flipping stick in his hand, things kind of fell into place.
Yeah, absolutely. And it's pretty cool to watch a Bass Pro Shop top lures and instantly go to a 7-pounder that he just caught a few minutes ago on that lure.
Yeah, and it's accurate and honest. That's good.
I can hardly stand up.
No.
What are you saying?
That's great.
Well, sure, your leader by 11 pounds as it stands right now. But
That means, Tommy, within his first 6 keepers, 5 yesterday, 1 today, Kyle Welcher has caught 4 over 6 pounds.
oh my God,
That's a good start to your tournament.
that is that's strong. That is like you're creating a tsunami. Those other guys better watch out, including Joey Cifuentes, although he had a great day 1.
I'm feeling good. Fish aren't biting. I didn't catch them like first thing in the morning yesterday, so I'm not really like I got two bass right here. They're just kind of paired up, swimming around. But anyways, it's slow, you know. It's usually slow first thing in the morning. It's kind of cloudy conditions right now. But I'm just fishing, man. I'm winding a swim jig mostly. A lot of these fish are kind of sitting out on pieces of wood. So I'm just kind of winding it around. If I see one on live scope, I'm throwing the minnow at it. I got one right here. Just having fun, just fishing, and all the way down here in the Roanoke. Just kind of at the mouth and some creeks fairly close by. But yeah, just doing a little fishing. Trying to catch a big one. There's some really big fish in here. There's not a ton of fish, but there are some big ones. So if I can, really honestly don't need a whole lot of weight today to make the cut, and that's really my goal. If I can make the cut, I'm happy. So just need to get me a limit, about 10 pounds or so. I'm pretty sure I'll be able to do that. And then who knows what the weather's going to be out there. That's the that's the thing. It was a really nice boat ride this morning. I mean, it was absolutely beautiful. Barely had any weather, so any wind. But that's going to depend on my fishing time. I've got a short day, so I need to try and at least get me a limit, you know, and then I'm good to go. But just fishing.
Well, Joey Cifuentes talking about the weather, and it looks very different from yesterday. It was bright sunshine all day long, no rain, no clouds, but we got a little different outlook today. An outlook of rain, 60% chance of rain moving through here off and on during the course of the day. The winds, I don't know what they look like out on the sound. We'll see, but they're going to be there. They'll be present again.
Yeah, it's showing 15 miles an hour. Yesterday it was 10 to 15. That 15 is a little spooky. I talked to Brian Schmidt. He said 10 to 15 is about all you want to cross Albemarle Sound. 15 to 20 is no good. It didn't say 20, but when it's just saying 15, that leads me to believe.
Yeah, gusts being up in that range. And Davey, the fact that he comes on live within the first 30 minutes and says, yeah, I'm in the Roanoke and we made it here, we're fishing. That's a great sign.
Yeah,
that's one of the hauls.
Traveling.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah. A lot less wind than yesterday morning.
See the giant blob there to the north and west, and just that lower part of it where the pointer is, that's where Joey is right now. So he's just now starting to get into it. Maybe a lot of it will miss us during the course of the day, but it's going to be in the area. Back to Trey McKinney.
Got our first limit caught from Bob Downey, who was 9th, except to 4th place. They're less than Welcher's big fish, though.
These fish have to be 14 inches in length in order to keep.
I already saw Trey with
Might be number
non-keepers
one.
this morning.
That one looks like it's going to cut. Make the cut. Barely.
Okay. I'm putting it in the box. Okay.
And with that, keeper Davey, he should make the cut. 23, just over 23 yesterday. It was right there on that projected line. If it doubled today and adding a keeper, he is good to go, which I guess there's little goals. Catch a limit,
Yeah.
make the cut,
1 pounder.
make the top 10, try to win the tournament, and so.
You got to eat the elephant one bite at a time, as the old saying, right?
Was a way nicer ride this morning than it was yesterday. It took us about an hour longer yesterday to get down here, so looks like we're going to get way more fishing time today. But conditions should make them bite today. This is kind of how it was the first day of practice when I was down here. Kind of cloudy and overcast and rainy, spitting rain, and I got 40 or 50 bites that day. It really didn't matter what you threw or where you went, you were able to catch some. So hopefully that's the case case today, but you know, I started in the area. I finished up yesterday. I caught 3 big ones out of here late in about 30 minutes. So hopefully once we get up the way here a little bit, we'll start getting some bites. Hopefully we can catch 20 to 25 pounds today and pretty quick and ride back to the Pasquotank and don't even have to worry about when to get back or when to leave here. So we're just gonna mix it up and throw what feels good and see what we can catch.
Jacob Faust throwing a buzz bait in the rain. Hope he catches a lot of them doing it. That's takes away from the appeal of the buzz bait when you have all those droplets and bubbles all over the surface of the water.
You're not the only game in town.
Freaking crap. What was that? Did you see it?
Wow.
I don't know if that was a bass. There's no way. I freaking jacked him.
We saw a grinnell, shoe pick,
Yeah.
mudfish, whatever you want to call it.
I don't know what happened there. But
Yesterday, a
that's not good.
flounder. Could be anything.
Yeah. Raccoon.
Did look a little like a mudfish today, I must say.
I'm sure people are wondering just, you know, where's the camo cowboy hat? And
I can't believe
guess it
that
hasn't.
happened. I don't.
the special order hadn't come in yet.
Shouldn't have lost that fish like that.
I think
like
you
it's
have like a little
pretty
umbrella
decent,
attachment
too.
you put on top to keep the whole cowboy hat dry.
Maybe he doesn't have a way to keep it
Golly, they're knocking
dry,
the
and he
dog out of
just
this
doesn't
thing.
want to break it out on a
I'm
rainy
not
day.
getting them.
Uh-oh. What? That's a view of
Kyle Welcher?
There's a keeper.
Not a 7-pounder, but saw the keeper. Maybe that's the male, and there's a bigger fish there on the bed. We'll see in a minute.
fish number 2 for Kyle.
Not mad at keepers.
Several people picking Brock Mosley to do very well here. I guess based on he's just all around shallow water pro, but his win at the Sabine, I think figures in that. You know, he knows how to.
Life in Mississippi.
big one.
Yeah.
Good one.
Not using his electronics as much as the other anglers, just keeping a bladed jig and a square bill crankbait in his hand, casting it.
That'll work.
Everything he sees in front of him.
I got 3.5 or so. She was away from the bank.
That's a good keeper for Brock Mosley right there, going in as a 3-pounder. I think that's 2 fish total for Brock as it stands right now. Brock had a great day yesterday, steady. He didn't feel great all day, but he was putting himself in the mixture. The St. Croix Bassmaster Elite at Pasquotank River is sponsored by Toyota, by Nitro Boats, by Dakota Lithium, and by Humminbird. Great to have you with us, TGIF and all that. Hope you're having a great Friday, getting ready for a big weekend. We got a big weekend in store here. First time ever for the Elite Series to come to this place. First time ever for the Elite Series to come to North Carolina, which seems unbelievable to me. Having a lot of fireworks, a lot of action. Most of the fireworks, the flash, the sound provided by Kyle Welcher, our 2023 Progressive Angler of the Year, started the day with a 7-pound lead. He has stretched that out to 11 pounds and 10 ounces unofficially. What a great start to his day.
Having a solid lead of 7 pounds and then caught a 7-pounder pretty early on this morning. What a start for Kyle Welcher.
I mean, he was dating
Brock Mosley,
one of the Cavenders. He's had a rough go since transferring to Miami, though. There's one. Oh, it pulled off.
Still blows my mind that he was supposed to be
The deal.
the deal.
Oh, God, it's in a damn line. That was weird.
Very similar to what we saw Brock do yesterday, just steadily catching a lot of fish. A lot of them are those 2-pound class fish, but then he comes across a big one every now and then.
one of the few, as far as I can tell, going through numbers.
Yes.
I mean, we saw Jacob Porosnik catching pretty good numbers yesterday. Trey McKinney claimed, we were not with him yesterday, that he was catching some numbers, but we'll see him in action today and see if that works out today. There he is, in fact.
There he is. He's looking at one.
Oh my gosh. That was a big one.
There you go, Tommy. You asked and he delivered.
He's got it. There's a number right there. One of three. I think that's his third. No, it's his second. Sorry, my bad.
He had that one with quite a keeper.
That's right. That's right.
He careful putting valuable items at the top of that rain, those rain bibs there.
Yeah.
Trey. Saw Easton lose his phone like that yesterday.
Sure fish here. I mean, this is like exactly how it was yesterday. I'm like, why am I? Or they just nip at it like that.
Do that a lot when they're spawning.
Kyle Welcher here is our leader.
Uh-oh.
Off to a better start with numbers.
About to say that. He only caught 7 keepers yesterday.
Yeah, he's almost halfway there in the first hour, or hour and a half, I should say.
Get your 30-pound day behind you, though. You can weigh in a few 2-pounders. They don't all have to be 6-pounders.
He still has room to have 3 over 6 and 2 small ones right now with the pace he's at. So he just, the first one buys you some time, you get some fillers, then you got the rest of the day to catch 2 6s.
Time for Skeeter Boats, BFA, big fish alert from John Garrett. He posted a 7-pounder.
Wow.
He only had 9 and change yesterday. He was 69th place. He's got 1 other fish. He's up to in our top 10 right now.
Slower day for him yesterday, but he was one of the anglers that had a big, big day. Second day of practice? Was it second day of practice, I think? Over 30 pounds?
Yeah. Saw a bunch.
Lost his lead in the AOY. He's trying to gain it back.
Speaking of big bags, I think I got to bring up 3
You were
stringers,
right.
20 pounds or more.
You were
Oh, yeah, you're the winner.
No. We said how many 20-pound bags. You said 3. There were 2 20-pound bags. There was a 30-pound bag. I'm just kidding.
That counts as 2, though.
And you went over, Sue.
Yeah, I thought Welcher was a surprise. I thought there'd be at least 1 or 2 more.
Davy's our #1 predictor among all of our guys here. There's no doubt about that. Kyle Welcher on top, significant, huge, in fact, lead right there. Easton Fothergill, Trey McKinney, Brock Mosley, and Bob Downing constitute our top 5 early on still.
Yeah, so I'm strictly power fishing. I'm chunking and winding. You know, I'm looking also a little bit on live scope, but more for structure to throw at. But for the most part, you know, I'm going to be power fishing. You might see me pick up a spinning rod here and there. There might be a big one that may be sitting out staging before she goes to spawn that I might throw a jerk bait or a minnow at or something like that. But for the most part, I'm chunking and I'm winding, and it worked out today, you know.
The Cowboy Joey Cifuentes had that giant yesterday. Anchored a great bag for him, over 18 pounds. It's a fantastic host city, Elizabeth City, the harbor of hospitality, and I think most reports are that is not an idle claim, not a false claim at all. That's for real.
What the freaking
Earlier today, Joey.
This is
knocking the dog out of this thing. I'm not buying mine.
have that. Oftentimes when fish are bedding, they're just guarding the bed, not necessarily trying to eat. Frustrating though.
Yeah.
It is frustrating.
How to beat.
Cifuentes started the season strong, 23rd at the St. John's, had a tough one, 83rd at Okeechobee, so another good one here, and he'll be in the top quarter of the elite field for points-wise.
That's a comeback. Further up the Roanoke, Jacob Fouts.
Numero uno. Boy, when they hit it, dude, they absolutely try to take the rod from you. Number one.
Still ahead of schedule. Probably hadn't quite got to this area yesterday. It was a lot rougher.
Right.
He was there about an hour earlier, so I think even though that's his first keeper, he's ahead of schedule. You'd say that, but then the wind is supposed to pick up more this afternoon than it was yesterday afternoon, so they might have to
Start back.
use that time in the afternoon run back.
You lose it at the other end.
Yes.
Terrific view of Kyle Welcher. He's looking at there. This place of innumerable cypress trees and others. A few shell beds, some vegetation. We didn't see it play too big yesterday, did
Very
we?
surprising. Very surprising. Had I not talked to Brian Schmidt, I would wonder if there was, good vegetation available for these anglers. But he said he had found some beautiful
Can't tell if that's
hydrilla,
her or
several
not.
different types of aquatic vegetation. He said as beautiful as anywhere you're going to see in the country. Surprising that we don't have a camera with someone fishing in the vegetation. That's not a John Deere tractor you hear. That's Kyle Welcher tapping the handle of his rod. Obviously looking at one on the bed. Let's hope it's another 7-pounder.
He's got 10 pounds in the boat already. Well ahead of everyone else out there today. Except for John Gere,
I'm
barely
just
ahead of John Gere.
Really trying to do anything I can to make the fish see my bait and kind of get interested in it. Shake it, hop it, whatever it takes really to get her to look at it, because whenever they look at it, that's obviously when they're going to bite it, but that's when they start knowing they need to defend. Like right now, she is looking dead at my bait. Problem is, he's like under something and she's over it, and when I pitch in there, it goes by her too deep.
Kyle being in the position he's in, he can budget as much time as he wants to work on
Yes.
this fish right here. But knowing him, he's got the budget figured out in his mind already.
It can be difficult to be patient on day one, but when you weigh in a 30-pound stringer, your patient level goes to a
You become
whole different scale.
cool and confident. then.
Affords you some extra leeway, no doubt.
And then you start off with a 7-pounder.
Yeah, that doesn't hurt.
And then your competitors hear the chugga-chugga of your train coming down the tracks, and they're like, uh-oh, I don't. Kyle Welcher, if he brings it again today, Davey, honestly, other guys can catch big bags. If he was to duplicate what he did yesterday, it's one of those, okay, now we protect it the rest of the weekend, you know?
Did he think it would replenish when you talked to him last night, David?
He really did not know, but seemed very optimistic that he had. And the big key, didn't want to say too
I went
much
to
too
reel it
early,
up, and
but
there was
it's
just
very
one by the
obvious.
boat. So I dropped it back down.
Was his patience and to slow down and to lock in on those bigger females?
Caught the male there, obviously, which he said.
Come on, big girl.
Said it was falling past the female to the male there. So
Yeah,
get the male out of the way temporarily.
Sounds like maybe there's a limb or a piece of wood there that male was under and the female was hovering over the top. Oftentimes when you catch a male like that, she will then move where he was to protect. It can be easier to catch her. But then I've also seen where the bed, in a situation like he described, the bed not be on the bottom, the bed actually be up off the bottom on a piece of wood. But you should find that out here real soon now that he's caught the male to see where that female sets up. Especially where you have a lot of soft bottom, those fish will bed on a piece of wood rather than on the bottom because it's a hard surface for them to be able to make a bed.
A lot of our anglers yesterday mentioning the silt was pretty prevalent all over this fishery here. Had to find those special spots, those hard spots, which is nothing unusual.
Yeah. It's amazing as you travel throughout the country how adaptable these bass are. They'll find a way to make a bed and be able to reproduce. I've seen them on floating logs. I mean, I really have. In extreme high water conditions where the water's rising, a couple feet every day, even if they have hard bottom, they make a bed, there's no sunlight, there's no way that those eggs would hatch and those fish would survive. I've actually seen them on floating logs.
That's
where
incredible.
That water level and the light penetration stays the same because that log is submerged and
Wow.
continues to float.
Huh.
It's incredible. Horizontal limbs, 30 feet deep, but the limb will be, at the surface, the right depth.
Again, some great views. I'm very lucky to have the drone shots there showing us how this area lays out in that isolated wood. Of course, as you mentioned, they're very important. Kyle, talk to us about everything else that's present there in his spot.
Yeah, so right now the fish are really close to the spawn. I'm pretty sure some have spawned, some are pre-spawned, and some are spawning now. The shad are going to be spawning soon, the bluegill are going to be spawning soon, and all that means hard bottom. And the hardest thing in this entire river system is the cypress trees and the stumps. So anytime the bass are spawning, that's going to be your #1 focal point is the cypress trees and the stumps.
How about that sucker, dude?
Bassmaster Live, great to have you for our coverage of the St. Croix Bassmaster Elite at the Pasquotank River. This is the third stop of the year for the Progressive Bassmaster Elite Series. We've got a big time battle going on out there. 102 anglers, the full field. They're going at it today, finding the weather conditions, the wind in particular, fairly hospitable this morning, able to travel a lot more efficiently and with a lot less pain apparently than they had yesterday. We heard a lot, we got an earful about that all during the morning yesterday. But you can see the weather that's in the area right now in Elizabeth City. You see right where the lower right lobe of that blob is about to go through. So this is the main part of that, but definitely a different look than day #1, and I think the fish catching is picked up a little bit in terms of numbers.
Totally agree. I totally agree. Starting out the day with Kyle Welcher that caught 30 pounds yesterday and a 7-pounder this morning always helps, but I think you're right. Even Brock Mosley, we had a camera on him all day yesterday, and today he's catching more fish than he did yesterday morning.
We're really trying this.
Trying to make one
On the crankbait
go
earlier,
14
man, I
there.
threw that tree 5 times before I got a bite. Catching fish, you know, I've lost a couple of good solid bites, not big bites, but solid bites, solid keepers, and if I had them, I'd be off to a good start. It's a numbers game over here. You got to catch so many to catch a big one, I feel like, but we're getting way more bites than we did yesterday, which I anticipated, or I was hoping for. But it's all a numbers game. I mean, just got to catch a bunch to catch a big one, and you know, a big one can propel you a long ways on this place, and seen that yesterday. Feeling good about it, having fun, catching fish the way I want to fish. When you catch them the way you enjoy catching them, it's fun. So we're having fun.
Very interesting.
It's better. I got rid of them stupid cough drops. Cough drops did not help. They make it worse. So, yesterday was by far the worst day I've had, like voice-wise, in 2 weeks. There's one there. See? Fish long.
Big bounce.
You are live. Tell us what you're doing right now. I'm just chucking this big piece of plastic, throwing a mag draft. That's what I caught most of my big ones on yesterday. Just pretty much going down the bank. If you guys can't tell, I don't even have a front graph on, so I guess you could call this old school fishing. Bass fishing in its purest form. But we've just had one bite so far this morning, about a pound and a half, 2.5 pounder, or sorry, pound and a half, 2 pounder. But yeah, just trying to cover as much water as we can. Hopefully we can run into 5 of the right bites. It seems like most of my bites have come back in these creeks. Anywhere there's a turn or a bend. Doesn't really matter if it's inside or outside, just any kind of irregularity. I'm not sure if these fish are spawning or post-spawn or pre-spawn. Seems like most of them are pre-spawn or post-spawn.
Jacob Fouts had an incredible 12 cuts in a row before he landed at the St. Johns River to start this season. And, if you're going to break an unbelievable streak like that, do it in fine style. He made 95th place.
Wow.
That ended the streak, but he got back on his horse and went top 10 at Okeechobee after that. He was not going to be deterred by that, but that will hurt your point situation throughout the year when you make a big number like that.
Here we go.
Oh, man.
In the mouth. That's a good one. I knew it was not like as big as that other one, but still a good one.
Back to what Brock said, a numbers game.
Yeah.
It is a numbers game. But we have 2 very different strategies.
Just a little baby, little 3.5 pounder.
Kyle Welcher spending 8 hours to try to catch 5 to 7 bass that he knows are those bigger fish. Brock Mosley fishing, chatterbait, square bill, just trying to cover a lot of water and literally just catch enough numbers that hopefully 5 of them are big ones. Which strategy do you use?
Well, if you take Fothergill and Welcher out of the picture, he was right on track. That's a winning strategy. But
when you go to a body of water where, like guys were saying, they're catching 30 to 50 bass or getting those bites and shaking them off maybe in practice, that automatically clues you in on a brand new fishery that has a population.
Closer
so
and
now
closer and
instead
closer,
of,
you know?
creating a plan to get a bite. It's not creating a plan to get the best bite.
I found some new ones. I was worried about it being like a big one, and then running that way, then I got that root ball, but I didn't want to move and then her get weird.
Kyle mentioned those fish hooked inside the mouth when you're sight fishing.
5 years ago, that fish could have sat there for a week in peace. I mean, there's like nothing there except for a little stump under the water. 3 3/4, 3 1/2.
Those fish have to be hooked on the inside of the mouth. But yeah, to your point, Ronnie, it's easy to get caught up on catching 30 or 40 a day. But if they're 2-pounders, you still have 10 pounds.
Yeah.
Which, not going to cut it.
And when you go to a place like this, you go to Santee Cooper, you may get 5 bites in a day. The weight looks great, but it's tough fishing at times, you know, numbers-wise. But you go to a Sabine, and I caught them all day. You know, you're catching a bunch of fish. This is a mixture of both, where we're seeing a lot of bites, but we're seeing guys who can dedicate themselves to big ones. And when you get in that, maybe that farthest tree out, the deepest tree, or maybe one that's sawed off under the water, and you get that pattern going like Easton and Kyle had, you get that clue, all of a sudden you now know.
That was a big boil. See it? No, 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 come on. That was a big girl. She thumped the crap out of it. Twice. Unbelievable.
These fish are spawning like that. May have been what happened when they thump it twice. The first one is when the bait goes in her mouth, and the second one's when it goes out of her mouth. That certainly looks like what may have happened there for Trey. Might give him another chance, though.
No way. No, I wish. And then she couldn't leave, but oh, he flipped up her. She waked on it right here and tried to eat it, missed it. And I pitched her in the dock. Well, I mean, it was a big one. All the way down, it went boom. And then right when I set the hook, she dropped it.
One thing that's different about this side over here, like this bank is deeper. it don't have all the trees off the bank like that one did over there. Like, everything's right on the bank. Yeah, that fish is longer than I thought. Whoa. Look at you, looky, I got another keep. Yeah, about 1:30 yesterday, I would have took that one gladly. Yeah. 5, baby.
Good little keeper there. Brock Mosley, small, on the small side, but he's catching a bunch of them, just like he did yesterday. Bassmaster, you probably heard of it by now. It's a big initiative by B.A.S.S. to bring more women into the sport, really people that are interested in it. The female persuasion can learn a lot. All you got to do is hit the QR code, get in on some of the seminars going around the country to help out Bassmaster.
You're watching a B.A.S.S. presentation.
Yeah, so honestly, I found where we caught them today right away on day one of practice. I caught a couple great big ones, but I didn't go back there until super late the last day of practice. I rolled in there at like 6 o'clock and I pulled a big one off, but I really didn't untap completely what's there. So I started locally to try to get a couple keepers because I was only expecting a couple big bites over there. But today we were able to spend 3 or 4 hours or so in there. And we were able to kind of break it down a little bit more, and I learned that there's a lot more big ones there than I originally thought. So super excited to get back over there. Yeah, and hopefully we can cover a little bit more of that water and learn a little bit more about that area. But I'm really looking forward to it.
East and Fothergill, like our leader Kyle Welcher, both of them having kind of an aha moment during day number one that turned their day around. Got them on the big fish track.
Yeah, I just had a big one bite. I don't know what happened, but had it for a second and then the hook came out. So, but definitely something's changed since yesterday. There's not nearly as many roaming around, so I'm out a little bit deeper right now, giving this a try. But after this, we're gonna go further up the river and see what's happening. But yeah, we're gonna go keep the shallow game on us too here in a sec.
Guys, not only navigating which spots to fish because of the quality of fish in that area, but also navigation purposes. As we bring it into the Bassmaster Studios real quick, I'm at the Dakota Lithium Screen of Knowledge, and to talk about that wind direction and how it affects each and every river. We've got a lot of rivers to play. Like we said, from the east, you have the Currituck Sound, North River, places like that, Pasquotank, Perquimans, Yopium, and then you've got obviously the Chowan and Roanoke, and then we talked about alligator a lot yesterday. But in the Deep Dive app, when we look at the wind this morning at takeoff time locally, it was slick calm. It had a north breeze to it prior to takeoff, but it was less than 2 miles an hour. And for about 45 minutes, it was stagnant. Then around 7:30, it started to kick up. Those anglers were already either halfway to their fishing locations or well on their way. And it started coming from the southeast portion of this body of water. A little bit of east in there, but still enough south that we will see that later in today. And as we get more towards this time that we're currently in, this is where the wind starts to really kick up, and it's right now red not because of the mile per hour. This is 7 mile an hour east southeast wind, but the deal is it's red because of the enormity of this place. We talked about it at its deepest. Basically, it's in that 15 to 20 foot range depth-wise, so it's going to act like a lake where the waves stack up, less like a Great Lake where they roll. So it was a rough ride for everyone who went to the west to the Chowan. Some didn't make it back, and then obviously to the Roanoke. And when we get to the Roanoke portion, there's a couple of our cameras today in the Roanoke region, and I'm going to switch over to the stream flow portion of the app where you can see all of the different inflows from the Pasquotank River, the Perquimans, over here to Yopium, all of that, Chowan, and these yellow stream inflows shows you a more moving water situation rather than the light blues. Light blues is there's a creek flowing in, but it's not substantial. Other than the Chowan, the Roanoke is the other main player that's going to cycle water to the west here. Not a huge CFS number, 5,000, but enough moving water for these anglers that this is all playable. And we've seen anglers like Joey Cifuentes live in this region, Jacob Fouts living in this region, Jason Christie, and I've seen Mike Iaconelli as far west as off the map over here. So if you can get across with the wind today, and you can get in there, there's a lot of playable water that could get you in a bounce back situation, and the water conditions definitely looking great. And so using the Deep Dive app for not only wind effects, but also to see, hey, maybe my river's blown out, maybe it's flooded to the west and there's a lot more water movement. You can check that before your day starts.
What does the green mean?
Green is just a middle
between blue and yellow.
Yeah, it's going to be a lesser. The yellow is definitely the highest when we look at the readouts here at the Albemarle Sound and Pasquotank River this week.
Good news about that map, the wind seems to only affect the water. So that's just kidding.
You mentioned the enormity of the sound. Our buddy Jeff Coble, who fished a lot in that area, said old timers down there say blowing at 7, galing at 11. So when you see those 15-mile-an-hour winds in most places, oh, that's fine. Different,
not here.
Chunky.
Different deal there.
I mean, I've had 5 good fish bites in here. Two-pounder.
Al Norsoder's throwing his hat in for the Mercury move of the day. Just caught a 7.5 pounder. He's 82nd. He's got 4 fish for 14.5. He's up to 11th place right now. Some nice fish being caught out there. Some 6-pounders. Mark Frazier, Hanselman, Cody Myers in our top 10 with a 5.0, and Jason Williamson caught second biggest fish yesterday, 7.15. Has a 5 today.
Keith Combs had the big fish, right, yesterday?
8 pounds, 2 ounces.
2. Huh?
Had a handful in the 6.5 range with Scott Canterbury, and there was somebody else who had a 6.6.
Cifuentes had, oh, there's several with 6.6. Yeah. Mosley, Kyle Patrick 6.5.
I think Brandon Lester had a 6.6 and was leading early at the weigh, and then the Canterbury took it with 6.6 as well.
I think we're going to see more. We talked about it yesterday. The conditions are actually getting better.
John Garrett's got the big one today at 7 pounds.
Wow.
Tied for Welchers. Who knows which one's going to be a little bit bigger?
Well, oh, that's okay. Welchers went in unofficially. It's short of that, but we'll see. We were dubious.
Why didn't they eat my jig?
Musky here?
Man.
You just figure 8.
And they went down on it. And
he did
a figure 8 on that bass.
You ever figure 8 a shoe pick, Dave?
No, but he almost did.
Yeah. All right, there's the hat.
Now we can stop missing those fish.
Yeah,
that was the problem. He's a little quick on his trigger when he doesn't have the hat on.
We're not messing around now.
Some big bites going on. Gregory De Palma, 6'10".
Wow. Wow.
Yeah,
if he do be
so
6-0?
this is where I caught all my fish yesterday in this creek here. But I went over to a place I didn't fish yesterday that had a bunch of fish in it, and I went down that stretch and like they just weren't biting or whatever. I don't know. I had some fish bite me, but I don't know if they were dinks, and I don't know if a guy had already, maybe a guy went and fished it, because I had a boat come in behind me while I was fishing, and he tried to go in there, but he backed out. So I'm thinking maybe he probably snatched most of them up yesterday. But this is all fresh. I mean, there's nobody in here fishing but me. But yeah, so I came over here to this creek. I'm still just chunking and winding, like I was talking about earlier. The fish yesterday morning they didn't really bite. They didn't bite really good for me early. Like I caught that big one at like 2 o'clock yesterday, right before I had to go in, which I don't have that time today. But what I'm doing is, I'll explain it. You can't really see. You could see some lily pads. You could see some of this wood coming off the bank. But I'm taking a swim jig, and I'm just winding it. Like most of these fish, I feel like when you get around them, they bite. Like no issue. I had no issue getting fish to bite. They just seemed like winding a swim jig was a good tactic to get them, and that's how I caught them all yesterday. And I'm just there's a lot of trees. I think some of the pre-spawners are sitting out suspended on the wood. The wood seems to be like money. If you got wood mixed around, like there's just so many big logs and stuff here that's coming off the bank and mixed in these lily pads. And so that's what I'm doing. It's simple. Just chunking and winding and hoping that I get me a keeper. My day started a lot slower than expected, but it'll pick up here in a little bit. I'll get in a little area where there'll be a bunch of fish or something, and I'll get some bites.
Well, Joey's still looking for keeper number 1 out there. Roanoke River system. He says the good news is he got it all to himself. Some fresh stuff that he's working over here today. Like Father Gil for starting, wanting the ignition to start here on big ones before too much longer. Now, Rapala Fantasy Fishing, 3 different games to enjoy, and they're all great games. You can build your fantasy team starting today. Why not start today? Hit the QR code right there. Take you right to Rapala Bassmaster Fantasy Fishing, and you can enter and get into all 3 of them. The St. Croix Bassmaster Elite, the Pasquotank River. Stop number 3 on the Progressive Bassmaster Elite Series, and sponsored by Mercury, by Power Pole, and by Progressive Insurance. The big story here is our leader, Kyle Welcher. We're playing a game called Kyle Welcher and everybody else. Spots 2 through 10 are tight. It's 5 pounds separating all them. Unfortunately, they're all 17 pounds behind Kyle Welcher at this point.
101 guys hate this freaking game we're playing, Tommy.
Yes,
it's
that's
Kyle
right.
Welcher and the rest of us.
Yeah, they're ready for that game to be over. They want to close the inequality here situation.
And it makes it really unfair that he's staying close to takeoff while he's doing this.
It's your Lawrence bird's eye view. Pasquotank River there. Of course, all those cypress trees and other trees. It's going to be tannic looking, that color right there, but there's some particulate in there too, right, Davey?
Absolutely.
It's soft bottom a lot of places.
Yeah, soft bottom has a lot to do with it, or hard bottom is really what they're looking for, but you're going to have a lot of soft bottom, which does especially with the winds like we had yesterday, stirs up a lot, and those fish will. It's a big debate on whether those fish leave when that water gets really stirred like that, because it's hard for them to breathe through their gills with all that sediment in the water. But then some people say they just stay and don't bite. But either way, you want to find that tannic water, but clear. It'll have a look black, but you can see your bait 18 inches, maybe even 2 feet down.
Davey, they don't call it pluff mud there, do they?
I'm not even going to talk about that, Suge. I don't think they do. I have not heard it called pluff mud in that area, but very similar to the Winyah Bay, Georgetown, Cooper River area, Charleston Harbor.
I feel like Easton mentioned the mud portion yesterday, and you find an area that's got hard bottom everywhere, Davey. That's good that it's all quality water, but when there is mud areas and you have trees, they're going to naturally be hard bottom, at least in the close vicinity of the tree, which almost narrows it down of like, that's where they're going to be. They're not going to be over here in the mud, and so that made his afternoon better.
The one thing that was very interesting yesterday, some of those fish that Easton was seeing was literally just roaming over that muddy bottom and did not really want to set up. I think maybe the water temperature dropping and the water level dropping just had them, you know, as anglers we like to say, in a funk.
Yeah.
I think that's what was going on.
Something stable to happen, yeah.
And it's Kyle Welcher is locked in to trying to catch 5 good ones. And you have a lot of the anglers playing a numbers game. They're saying if I can catch 35 of them will be good ones. Kyle just caught 7 bass yesterday. A little ahead of the game today, but I don't think we'll see him. He might catch some smaller ones that, in a pair and catching the male off of the bed first, but I don't think he's going to be casting very often today if he doesn't see a 4-pound fish or better.
44.3 unofficially right now. Catches a 6-pounder. He'll be officially on track for a century bet.
That is
How about that?
surprising.
That's kind of
It's not surprising that we would see 20. I think a lot of people are surprised at the number 30, but mid-20s. But I haven't heard anyone say that thought there would be a century belt or 2 here this week, because it's so hard to be consistent here. But
And I think if you were going to catch them this week, people would expect the last 2 days because of the distance from the terrible, drop in temperature that we had. That maybe the first 2 days were tougher and we see it bust wide open, but to bust it wide open early, when others have had their toughest day maybe of the week, that's like a double bonus for Welcher at least.
Well, comments on my look at Pasquotank. There's a couple guys who said there could be a century belt here. They're saying if somebody gets that 30, there's a couple locals, Kieran Stevenson. If conditions fall in line, absolutely one. Charlie Mankin.
those locals, though, they'll say that.
Yeah, right.
Well, it took 25 to win that tournament last Saturday, but doing that 4 days in a row.
Yeah, that's right. Different math. A little bonus footage coming up right now. We're not camera in the boat right now with Scott Canterbury, but we got some of his in-boat footage from yesterday.
And that 6.6 that we talked about.
Yeah.
Only, I think, 4 fish for right at the cut line, 11 and a half.
Yeah. He was a man at the 50 spot.
It's exciting to see a former Angler of the Year dance on the deck of his boat while he's catching a big fish. That just shows you it's in his blood. I mean, it's always exciting to catch a 5-6 pounder, no matter where you are in your career.
Brock Mosley just catching them. comparatively one after another compared to everyone else.
Back to the possibility of a century belt. Full moon is still 2 days away, and the rising water temperatures, I mean, for what Easton and Trey and Kyle Welcher are doing, the fishing could get better. Should get better.
Davies, the pink moon, but there's several other names, budding moon, and also called the fish moon.
I had not heard that. I knew it was called the pink moon.
All them people at home like, man, that's some juicy looking stuff right there.
Such, that's why we have you on the show. The fish moon.
Oh, wait.
We now know that.
He's not looking down at his screen. What is he doing? Is he blind casting?
I'll go with the fish moon from now on, Such, rather than the pink moon.
No wonder he only had 18 yesterday and not 35.
That's better than breaking ice moon, budding moon, awakening moon, egg moon,
Worm
fish moon.
moon.
Let's go with fish moon.
So many places for one to hide. So.
Tyler Rivette's making a bid to pull from 96 and make the cut. He's caught a 4 and a 5 recently. He's up to 39th with 13 pounds.
Look at there, Faust laid that pure fishing mag draft right down, didn't he? Filled out the pink worm.
Maybe.
The purest
pink moon.
fishing.
Yeah,
I mean,
Not very long.
He's thinking pink moon.
pink chatterbait at the classic work. Why not a pink worm around the spawn?
We had a few pink worms thrown in North Carolina over the years.
Yeah, some myrthylates as well.
The pink worm was there before the methylate in North Carolina. Maybe before you were born, Ronnie.
Probably.
44 pounds and 3 ounces, and we're just halfway through the morning here with Kyle Welcher on top by a huge, huge margin right there. Brock Mosley has moved himself all the way up into second place. Easton Fothergill started at second. Now he is third. Trey McKinney hanging right there with Easton Fothergill. That's a theme we're seeing again and again this year. I want to remind you about Bassmaster Kayak. That's going strong, stronger than ever in this year of 2025. Just had a big championship in conjunction with a classic on Lake Fork, and the winner was from North Carolina, Wyatt Henry. Won that one there. We got another one coming up this month, 26th and 27th, close to Nashville, Dale Hollow Reservoir, Byrdstown, Tennessee. Hit the QR code and get yourself involved in the Newport Bassmaster Kayak Series.
Yeah, they actually had a unique deal, Tommy. It was a 2-day championship for the kayak series. Bad weather, obviously, we know. Canceled it. And they extended that one day and made it an extra long day for the championship.
You're watching the St. Croix Bassmaster lead at Pasquotank River. Let's take a look at our Mercury move of the day. Such mentioned Kyle Norsetter on a tear this day.
Yeah, you look at the Mercury move of the day. The first fish being a 4-pounder certainly turns things around for Kyle Norsetter. I saw him weigh in yesterday, and you could tell he was frustrated about his day, but certainly has turned it around today, starting off with that 4-pounder. But then you look at 9:24 a.m., you can certainly turn your day around here on the Bassmaster Elite Series. Anywhere in the country with a 7-pound, 8-ouncer, Kyle Norsetter unofficially with 14 pounds, 8 ounces, has moved from 82nd place to 12th place. Mercury move of the day.
82nd to 12th may be a record for the move of the day. I'm not sure. We've seen some pretty dramatic, but that is a big one just in the space of a morning, less than a morning.
Excuse me.
Trey McKinney.
It's the Kyle tournament. 3 Kyles
Well,
in the top
right
12.
now, we're a little on the struggle bus, but it's like, you never know. Yesterday, I had 11 pounds at noon. You know, it can turn around so quick. So we got to kind of be careful on the wind today. Probably give us a little bit more time to get back. Not getting as many bites today, but I did see some good sign. I had a couple bites that, I mean, they didn't hold on to it, but they were big uns. They'd go big boil, and nothing. So that's a good sign. Now we just got to get around some that bite and eat it, and we'll be all right. We only got two little ones, little babies. So basically we got 0, but it's fine. We just need some big bites. Now it seems like in this river, it's your big bites. It's not like a whole lot of like in between fish, like 4-pounders and all that. Nah, it's like, or for me, it's been either like over 6 or under 3. But, which is not a bad thing. Oh my goodness. Whoa, what's that? Dude, he hammered it. I mean, I flipped it up there and I didn't get to crank the reel handle. Let's see if he wants to nibble again. Really? Throw the old hush frog up there, bud. Maybe I'll make him quiet. I don't know what to do. Frog in his face.
You're a different looking hush frog.
Yeah, that's, you got long and pink all of a sudden.
I think we're back to Jacob Faust.
Yeah.
Yeah, Ronnie, you said all 3 cows are doing well. Kyle Patrick just landed a 6-pounder, get up to 4th place. He started the day 12th.
Good camera work on the floating worm.
Absolutely. Kind of hypnotic watching it.
Yeah, I thought one was gonna
Yeah, I did too.
get it at any second there. Kyle Welcher not using the perspective mode at the moment. There's one at 45 feet. His bait just fell right down in front of him.
That's too big to be a freaking bass.
It is big. 50 feet, right beside the tree.
Right next to the tree, yeah. Looks like it might be a gorilla.
It is a big one. I mean, you got to throw there and see. Just moving his trolling motor left and right, getting different angles there. That's why the picture is changing so much.
giant.
Looking for the first keeper still, Joey Cifuentes. This could be it.
It's not a giant, but it's a big one. Oh, it's not that big, actually. I just hadn't had a bite for a good one in a while. It's not that big. Oh, man. Keeper, though. That's what we came to at least get a couple of those. Golly, that fish hit, and I thought it was a good one, but it fooled me. I just hadn't had a lot of bites yet, man. It's been slow. Super slow. I think it had me around a stick or something, and it pulled back, and I was like, woo! That's a Jesse. All right, we just finally got a keeper in the boat. Thank the Lord. Getting a little nervous out here, starting to second guess everything, you know. Not a very big one, but maybe they're gonna start biting.
Always a relief to get that
Usually
first keeper
when
in the boat.
you find one, you
Yeah.
find multiples.
Behind schedule from yesterday. But he did get there earlier, too. So
Yes.
his window may be just opening up. You never know.
He had a 7-Eleven yesterday.
Late in the day, too.
Yeah.
I want to say thanks to everybody who's been watching us on the Roku Sports Channel, #1 sports streaming service here in the US of A, around the world. Going to continue coverage on our digital channel and also Bassmaster.com. You can pick up with us right there. I'm going to take a quick break. We'll be right back. Kyle Welcher, don't worry, still got a substantial lead over everyone else. St. Croix Bassmaster Elite, Pasquotank River. Continuing on through the morning, don't forget, Falcon Bassmaster Drain the Lake, one of 3 games involved with Bassmaster Fantasy Fishing. This is an exceptional one. This adds an extra challenge. And the other 2 games, you're worried about the one tournament at hand, but Ronnie Moore, when you play Drain the Lake, you have to have an eye for the whole season.
Yes.
Because your choices affect your season in Drain the Lake.
Use them and lose them, as we say. If you use them in a tournament, Davey, you hope it's their best tournament of the year because it's the only time you get to pick them. You better make sure that it's on their high point for sure. So, and you have 10 events, 8 anglers, so you're going to use 80 of the 100 Elite Series anglers in your picks.
Free to play, a lot of fun, very challenging. You might be good at it. Check it out. You don't know
Dude,
to play.
when I hooked that 7-Eleven yesterday, I thought, I think that's why my bicep is sore from that one fish.
Keeper number 2 now, Joey Cifuentes. Might be a little bigger. No, about the same. About the same.
Golly. All right, okay. Swallowed it. It's not a big one, but another 2-pounder. Like I said, all I need is about 8 pounds to make the cut, and that's the goal. 8 pounds is the goal today. I know that's low, but
Seen this look before, Easton. Looking at one.
Easton's been a little quiet this morning. Be a good one.
Sure looks like it. Solid.
Yeah. Keeper number 3. He's got a couple others in that region.
I was reading this morning, yesterday we had the 4th competition day in a row. He had over 22 pounds.
Yeah, that's incredible.
Little bite window going on. Tyler Williams in our top 10. John Cruz, red wine. Cody Meyer just landed in the
Trey McKinney got one to hang on a little longer here.
I only got 2 babies.
4?
2 babies.
Is that a 4?
No. What do you have?
I got 2 babies.
Dude, it sucks.
Is he cool? I'm not gonna say anything right now, but it is what it is. I'll say
And
that.
that's his buddy
Who?
JT.
Oh.
He's been sitting there so long, I thought he was a spectator boat just
I thought
watching.
he was a camera boat
we're just
also.
burning daylight just to have a
He's
conversation.
got 11.
What?
He's got 11. Okay, y'all. That's a bass. We're all right. Where's my purple? Must be in here. There she is. All right, 3-pounder. All right. So, that gives me, we got 1 now. Come on. Well, happy birthday, buddy.
Three-pounder's going to move Trey McKinney up into 3rd place. Right behind Easton Fothergill, both of them good ways still behind this man.
Did that camera boat driver just coax a happy birthday out of him? He probably said,
Yes, he did.
you know, just like, man, did you know today is my birthday? Well, happy birthday.
Yeah. It's like, what was one you were talking about yesterday? The bless me.
Yeah, exactly.
Sneeze and say bless
Sneeze
me.
and bless yourself. Quentin Williams made that famous, yeah.
And thank you.
Yeah.
And
Thank me.
And thank me. I'm welcome.
Joining us, Kyle Welcher, solid lead, catching most of his fish on a Crush City Bronco bug, 4-aught Gamakatsu hook, 1/4 ounce sinker, Texas rig.
Taking a look at some of the highlights of Kyle's day, which started pretty early. Not long after we came on the air, he caught a giant, this one right here.
For some reason, I thought we had footage of his catches yesterday, but no, he caught 30 pounds yesterday, and this is the way he started the day off today with a 7-pounder, and then caught a couple 2-pounders.
There's a keeper.
Said, I'm only going to fish for the bigger ones, but here he's actually getting the males off of the bed, trying to catch the bigger females. And I think right here is where you see after he caught that male, he catches about a 4-pounder, 3.5, 4-pounder. So Kyle Welcher with a good start this morning. Yesterday he only caught 7 keeper bass all day long, so he is, I guess, behind schedule with the plus 6 pounders plus, but ahead of schedule on his numbers.
Had that lead built up to about 17.5 pounds at one point, but that was before Easton Fothergill caught his keepers number 2 and 3, which is taking it down to a mere 12 pounds and a half. The size of his lead.
Kyle, Easton, and Trey fishing very
There's a big
similarly,
one right
using
here.
their electronics, finding these fish on isolated pieces of wood. Some of them bedding. Most of the ones Kyle fishing for bedding. Easton fishing for some of these fish that just seem to be roaming in these areas, not set up on the wood as much as the ones where Kyle's at. They're in 2 different rivers, though.
Yeah, it was quite the process, but we got a new phone figured out last night. But yeah, went into Verizon, explained him what happened. He laughed at me. Then he got me a new phone, so it's all good. But yeah, I mean, I've never done that before.
The only place.
Is this the .1 we're supposed to get?
Classic champion will be
Or did it change
ever
again?
be laughed at is at the Verizon store.
Yeah.
Are we about to get hammered?
I think Easton will get the last laugh, though. You know, it works out well.
I don't have to put it on my credit card, by the way.
Yeah, I'm probably have to quit right now.
Mr. Fothergill doing his best to hang with Kyle Welcher on this day. 2 separated from the rest by a little bit. Trey McKinney caught a decent one, 3-pounder, just a few minutes ago to up his status, take himself from 5th to 3rd place. Brock Mosley has been solid all day long. Just needs to, like Kyle Patrick, Williams, Downey, Cruz, Redwine, and Meyer, all the rest of them, they need to run across a big one or 2 to be part of the conversation. We'll be right back. St. Croix Bass.
You're watching a B.A.S.S. presentation.
St. Croix Bassmaster Elite, the Pasquotank River here. Stop number 3 for the Progressive Bassmaster Elite Series for 2025. You're just picking up with us. We got our full field here on day number 2. That's 102 anglers shooting for 50 places in tomorrow's semifinal Saturday round. First time ever for the Elite Series in North Carolina.
I still, every time we say it, Tommy, I like re-rack my brain I feel like that's not true, but
no, we've had classics.
There's been, connected to the state and tour events before it was the Elites, and we had an AOI championship, but no full field, 100+ Elite Series regular season event.
Yeah, surprised me too when we were talking about it yesterday.
Especially with things, you pointed out, you went back and did a little research, Ronnie, and found out we go to a new place at an average of 1 or 2 a year.
Yeah. New for the Elite Series.
For the Elite Series,
maybe not Bass' general, but yeah.
It's not like a closed rotation or anything.
Yeah.
Easy there, Tommy. You're about to get people be hating on Tommy Saunders online.
Oh, well, you know.
Tommy doesn't read that stuff.
I don't.
That's true.
My reading skills are terrible when it comes to social media.
Oh, God.
I don't know if he got a bite or he saw the fish react, but let's watch closely because something just happened there to get Kyle excited. Here you see stump at a 22 to, oh, the fish followed his bait out there. There must be a little pause, a little delay. Definitely looks like it's set up on the bed, roaming just a little bit. I'll reel his bait out just then. The fish did follow it out. There's his bait dropping down right on the fish. 21 feet. Got him.
Not a bad one either.
Golly, that sucker's strong. I couldn't see over my hood.
Wow. Impressive. Impressive.
What'd you say, about 50 pounds, Tommy, for 2 days?
That ought to do it. Definitely ought to do it.
Dude, how big is that sucker?
These fish are long.
It's skinny though. Yeah.
What'd they say, 5.5?
Yeah.
With a 3-letter yeah and a smile.
Big old smile.
Yeah, that's a ticket.
Telling
I
me
knew when
it's
I found that one.
That's number 5, bro.
6 1/4.
I knew when I found that one, that was better. She was gonna bite. Oh, thank you, Lord.
Former Angler of the Year, but has not won an Elite Series tournament yet, so that is certainly on his bucket list of things to do.
I didn't really feel nothing, and she didn't move. I was just like, my instincts were like, she got it. Oh. We about out of black and blue Bronco bugs. We got... No, I had a terrible practice. I almost left here with 2 yesterday, and I ran out, and then I decided not to because I had 2 good ones. So I turned around and then came back, and that's when I really started seeing more big females. I saw 3 or 4 late. So I mean, we got nothing else. So this is what we're gonna do. I mean, I didn't think it was gonna be easy to get a check. Like, I thought it was gonna be hard to even make the 50 cut. And then, like, I'm the chosen one right now. Absolutely. If you can't tell, I'm sorry. When that sucker jumped, dude, it looked like it was that long.
Because it was. Or it is.
We got 2 babies. Right at 7. It looked bigger. This water's so dark, dude, they look freaking big.
Right at 7, he said.
I mean, I saw her her tail had to be that far under the water. Like, you know. Do what? Yeah.
The good news for us watching this is that full moon is 2 days away.
Yeah.
This is going to keep happening. I'd be shocked if these fish don't replenish.
Normally you'd give it, there's a little, a good keeper for Brock, looks like. 51 pounder in there. You should be able to get some ounces out of that. Normally when you hear someone like Kyle say, I'm the chosen one, you might do a little bit of an eye roll, but hey, he's just stating the obvious right now.
It might be rainy, but the sun is shining on him, Tommy.
Oh my gosh.
Yeah, I don't think he meant that in a
No.
way.
He's like saying, how does this happen to me?
I think it was his way of saying I'm blessed.
Yeah, no doubt.
Because I had no idea I would be at 50 pounds mid-morning, second day of the tournament.
Yeah, he's you kind of run out of superlatives. Performance like that. Get out to Jacob Fouts. Long ways to the west.
Vibrating jig. And mixing it up, swim bait, pink floating worm, vibrating jig.
Saw buzzbait too from him this morning.
Let's see if this one makes. Got to be 14 inches here. Little bass. I don't know about that one.
A little short.
There's still just 2 keepers for Jacob.
Jacob, another one of the anglers, made a long run yesterday and today. Got there much quicker today. Calmer conditions, thinking that they're way ahead of schedule, but the fishing has been slower for them today. Don't know enough about this area to understand the current, but I'm sure with the wind not blowing as much today, there's some different water levels and different current conditions in these places far away.
We will keep our eyes on the weather for you too. It's definitely different from yesterday. We got changes on the leaderboard. More to come. St. Croix Bassmaster Elite, coming to you here on Bassmaster Live. Pasquotank River. Albemarle Sound here in North Carolina. We have got a great epic performance going on at the top of our leaderboard right now. Kyle Welcher has topped the 50-pound mark. We're not even to the halfway point in our fishing day here on day number 2. He has gone up to 51 pounds and 3 ounces. He's got a massive lead, almost 20 pounds ahead of everyone else, including Easton Fothergills, who's not doing too bad himself. But man, that music, we've got something to celebrate here. Some replays to look at, Davey.
We definitely have something to celebrate here. Kyle Welcher has to be our power pole replay of the day. I mean, he started off this morning with a 7-pounder. What a way to get started on day 2. That's the way to follow up a 30-pound stringer yesterday from Kyle Welcher. He keeps telling us he had a tough practice.
I can hardly stand.
It's always good, Davey, when you follow it up with a 5.5, as Jake Latondres asked, and there was a smirk and a smile, and that was another 7-pounder.
How big is that sucker?
Absolutely. Power pole replay today. Kyle Welcher for yesterday and today, although we didn't have a camera with him, but certainly today, 2 7-pounders, a little more, a little less, but we're just going to call them 2 7-pounders. Kyle Welcher, power pole replay of the day.
As we bring it into the Bassmaster Studio, sponsored by Marathon, we're here in the Bass Pro Shop's top tackle section. Davey, and I know Kyle Welcher's a poker player, so he had a full house with 3 6-pluses yesterday. He's well on his way to another full house. And we saw day one a lot of stick baits, whether it's a Cinco, Dinger, whatever the case may be for that type, or a robo worm, magic worm, drop shotting, things like that in those canals. Today we're seeing the cypress trees really come into play, and we're seeing a different kind of bait from Kyle Welcher.
Yeah, absolutely. You know, you think about the baits you just mentioned, the Cinco. It's that time of year. There's a lot of fish that are still pre-spawn, some fish spawning. The cold weather really kind of set things back. When practice started, a lot of these fish were on bed, but then they backed off. The water temperature dropped about 10 degrees. But here's Kyle Welcher has been using this Crush City Bronco bug. And the key when you first look at this bait is you see the bulk, the amount of bulk it has. And Kyle mentioned that. I totally agree with him. When you're trying to catch those bigger females, using this bait that has more bulk will get their attention and oftentimes catch the female before the male. You know you've got to have heavy weight. We're at a place that's got a lot of big ones doing that, using this bulky bait. And this bait really does have a unique action. David Lipke, just like that when it comes through the water. That's a really cool bait any time of the year, but especially for these spawning fish, the bulk that we have there. And the hook he's using is his Gamakatsu G-Power 4-aught hook, and it's really like a gaff, to be honest with you. It's the type hook that you want to use. Texas rig, 1/4 ounce tungsten sinker, 4-aught hook. This Bronco bug has been the key to Kyle Welcher's success.
Absolutely, and playing it close to the vest, not far from takeoff, maximizing his time. We'll see how long he makes takeoff work. And Davey, I'm gonna walk over here to the Dakota Lithium Screen of Knowledge real quick while we're in studio to talk about, so far, this Bassmaster Elite Series season, the Opens has dealt with a lot of weather, so has the Elites, but when we've gotten to fish during the Elite Series, it has been nothing short of astounding when it comes to big bass. 9 of the 12 days so far this year, so we've had 2 full Elites, that's 8 days, 3 Classic days, that's 11 now total, and after yesterday, 9 of the 12 days, the big bass of the day has been over an 8-pounder, and the other days that it wasn't an 8-pounder, guys, it was a 7.4, a 7.11, and I think a 7.7. And these are, with Keith Combs yesterday, an 8.2, another 8-pounder coming across the board for the Elite Series for big bass. These are the 5 daily big bass leaders of the year, an 11.8, an 8.13, an 8.12, an 8.12. Those are a couple of those. We have to remember the day that the 11.8 was caught by David Gaston, Brandon Polinick had 2 over 9 pounds. So that's not even listed in these. Just the daily big bass leader, 9 of the 12 days of the elite season has been an 8+ pounder. And last thing, you were talking about 14-inch size limit, Tommy.
Yes.
Yesterday, Bernie Schultz is bagging up his fish, and a 14-inch garter snake is in the throat of one of his keepers. So not just Bronco bugs and Senkos this week, garter snakes are on the menu for these Pasquotank bass as well.
All right. Yeah, not realize we had so many big fish to start this year. That's an incredible start.
Pretty impressive, absolutely. Kyle just stuck with 2 7-pounders today, so he's, you know, good news for him though. He's got a 1-pounder and a 2-pounder, so he can take comfort in the fact that there's room to grow.
Yeah, room to grow and a lot of time to fish. He's fishing within a couple miles of takeoff. Yes. That's what's going to frustrate a lot of these anglers. If they don't make the 50 cut, they watch Bassmaster Live tomorrow and they see him catching all these big fish within 2 miles of takeoff. Some of them running almost 100 miles one way.
I've seen that before.
Big one.
About
Freaking giant one.
Oh,
no. Oof.
Dadgummit.
Oh, that was a good one too. See right here. Make the jump.
Oh man.
Bait comes right out. Why does it always happen when you get that big bite? He landed those smaller fish with ease. Always seems to happen when the big one bites.
That fish looked like he'd pulled that trick before.
Yeah. At least seen it done once or twice.
Jump right at the angler, and when it starts down, spit it. McKinney hooked up.
Okay. That is a keeper. Okay. Well, definitely not the size we're wanting, but we'll get there. We'll get there. Wow, that's the smallest ever. Okay, green. Yeah, pretty much. Pretty much. Okay.
Tyler Williams with a 5-pounder. He's up to 3rd place. 13-10 on the day.
He's been kind of lurking around here.
It's a freaking big one too.
Last day and a half.
Yeah.
How about hit you again?
I saw him weigh in yesterday. He said he figured a little something out late in the day.
Dude, it took my legs. How they keep taking the legs? And maybe she'll get back up there. She? Do what?
Biggie Bundy.
Yeah.
Both legs off?
Yeah.
Just missed a big one. You didn't hear, he said that fish had the legs of this.
Yeah, so this right here is just a Crust City Bronco bug. It's a really, really good bait for flipping, but it's also a really good bait whenever a lot of times there's a male and a female in the bed, because this bait gets a lot of big bites, and it's a bait that female will bite a lot of times and that male won't. So that's why I'm flipping it. It's also got a really unique action to it, and I feel like these fish probably have never seen this bait, and it swims way different than any other bait on the market. So it gives me a lot of confidence that I'm gonna be able to get them to bite faster than average because they've never seen the bait. But it's just black and blue because this watercolor, 4-aught Gamakatsu G-Power flipping hook, and then a 1/4 ounce tungsten. Pretty standard, you know, 22-pound line. You gotta be able to reel in them big ones when they bite because they're mean here and they're strong.
If we could just get him to show us the action with his hand, and he would.
I know,
know
it would
he's gonna
all
watch
make
our
sense, yes.
segment.
Then we can have an underwater animation created in no time.
I want him to do it with his hand like I did. Show us the action.
Tommy, it kind of, I guess, bringing it to your world of air races, it kind of is like a stall race with the way the planes had to slow down.
The short takeoff and landing planes, right? Yeah, the bush planes.
They got some.
Oh yeah,
they got some diving and
some
dipping
action.
action too.
Yeah.
That was a tree.
It'll take Dramamine to watch those guys.
Pretty sure it was.
Davey, just another place you can hear Tommy's eloquent voice.
Oh, I've seen it.
Do what? How am I feeling? Well, you know, when you got a short day and you're in, I don't know what the weather's like out there. I don't know if the wind's, like, it may be calm as can be here, but there may be 4-footers out there at getting back into the, you know, the Pasquotank. So it's like, do I leave myself 2 hours? I just want to get, honestly, if, like I said, I don't need, I need 23 pounds. I think it's gonna, you know, weights could go up 24, but to make the cut. So there's all kinds of stuff running through my head right now. I have no idea. I just want to catch them a lot faster than I am, and I'm fishing new stretches, so I'm about to go bounce over and go hit where I caught all, you know, a lot of fish yesterday. I didn't get any big ones there, but I think this is kind of how I can catch a big one, kind of off by itself, not in a pile of those little ones. If I just swim this jig by the right stump and she's sitting there, and one big one would help.
Yeah, Joey, kind of plotting out his day. Let's look at some of his misses. He's been getting it around some of them. I mean, obviously, I think you've indicated many of them might be fish on beds, just kind of giving it a slap,
yeah,
sending it on.
Absolutely. We saw Kyle Welcher just miss a fish that keeps nipping the legs off of his bronco bug, and I think that's what Joey Fuentes is experiencing here. Some of these fish more locked on than they were yesterday, and once they get locked on, oftentimes they will just nip at a bait rather than try to eat it. So hopefully his luck will change a little bit with some of these misses. He does have a long ride back. Get a few fish in the boat quick. A 7-11 like he caught yesterday will certainly help with that.
Yeah, that always sort of sharpens up a limit very quickly. Kyle Welcher with the 19-pound, 6-ounce lead ahead of Easton Fothergill. Tyler Williams moving up the leaderboard, up and in there between Fothergill and McKinney. Be right back. There's our beloved host city there, fantastic host city of Elizabeth City, North Carolina, the harbor of hospitality, affording us some beautiful views of this incredible country. Unlike a lot of places, I mean, it doesn't look like any place we've ever been before. On the Bassmaster Elite Series, the whole 7 of this giant shallow water sound off the Atlantic Ocean behind the Big Barrier Island that makes up the outer part of North Carolina and Elizabeth City. And all the folks here who have done so much to make us feel welcome, pitching in with volunteers and all the things it takes to put on a big event like a Bassmaster Elite Series stuff.
We have tournaments all over the country, but I heard so many anglers yesterday at weigh-in just thanking the people for hospitality and how nice and friendly everyone in the area is.
It's good to see. It's good to have folks like that when you're putting on these things. And let's get back out now to our leader, not by a little, but by a lot, Kyle Welcher. 20.5 pounds in the boat, and he's still got a 1 and a 2-pounder to upgrade on. He's a dangerous man.
Yeah.
He's a dangerous man this week.
I'm saying at least one of those fish you just mentioned, the 1 and the 2-pounder, will not see Dave Mercer at weigh-in.
No.
Maybe both.
He caught that big 7-pounder first thing this morning. Says, "All right, I've made the cut. I've made the 50 cut." I think he's made the cut to championship Sunday.
I think you're right.
Yeah.
I think you're right.
Timothy Doobie trying to make a move. He just landed his 5th fish, 17 pounds total. He's up to 34th from 99th. He's our lowest angler with weight.
Yeah, if he gets to 56, I guess that would be 10th place worthy to make Sunday. You know,
yeah,
just under 20 a day.
Yeah. I think it'll be less than that to make that cut.
Yeah, that's what, like, you know,
consistency issues.
18 a day, 17 a day or something like that.
Yeah.
That's
He's
crazy.
close.
That's crazy.
Yeah, I think he is.
Maybe needs to call one of those
That's
two small ones.
unfathomable that we're
to make it by
11
noon.
a.m. Eastern time
Yeah.
on day 2. And you have a 27-pound lead on 10th.
What are we talking about here? That's unbelievable.
Brandon Lester's fish just came in. He's up to 2nd place with 15 total. He's got a 5-0, a 4-0, a 3-0, a 2-0, and a 1-0.
Wow, he hit
And
for the
his
cycle.
fish, he's got the
Yeah.
Got a straight.
Yeah.
Problem is, Kyle Welcher, the poker player's got a straight flush going.
Oh, man.
Yeah, what is it, Tommy? I got a pair of 3s and I'm feeling real good. I just don't know. That guy's got a whole lot better hand over there.
Right. Yeah, you're in a bad place.
I guess we can kind of treat it like that when we enter a tournament. You kind of have your game plan. You don't know what others have. You start to see the river card on day 2, 3, you know, and then the turn and all those different.
That's right. Yeah, it's very much like that.
Every day reveals a little bit more.
And we're the guys that show you the camera from under the table when you hold up your hand.
One of the many things I love so much about tournament bass fishing, though, Kyle Welcher, I totally believe he's being honest when he says, I was worried about making the 50 cut yesterday morning, and then all of a sudden you get dealt that straight flush and you roll with it.
He averaged 6 pounds 2 ounces of fish. 10th place, averaged 3.5. Not quite double.
That's hard to deal with.
Yeah.
You see Kyle right there close to our aforementioned Elizabeth City, North Carolina. Let's head a bit east, down, up, back around again, and find Trey McKinney.
Oh yeah, never better. Never better. Okay, there we go. Come on, come on. Now that one felt like a sniper. Whew. That was stressful. I knew I could get him. He was in a foot of water.
All right. That's not a bad one. Good keeper there for Trey McKinney. Well, we have reached it just about to the 4-hour mark. That's half of our 8-hour fishing day today. And if Kyle Welcher can put another 20 pounds of bass up there, who knows? We may be looking at an assault on the record books. We may be well looking at something like that. But right now, let's turn it over to the halftime festivities. Dave, Kyle, Steve Bowman, all the rest, get ready to go, guys. We throw it to you.
Thanks very much. Lots to watch this morning. Obviously, Stone Cold Kyle Welcher is trying to chill this entire tournament out. Unbelievable lead at this point in the tournament. But it is early. This is a big story of high risk, high reward, or low reward, depending on how it worked out. We're going to talk about a lot of that during this segment, Kyle Jesse.
Absolutely. Yesterday's weigh-in, that was one of the main themes. I think you even had some fun up there on stage with the amount of guys talking about how rough the runs were, how long the runs were. We knew that was going to be a factor coming into this tournament. Certainly was on day one. However, some of the guys staying closer, obviously having a lot of success, like you mentioned, Kyle Welcher. A lot to get into there.
We got some special guests going to be joined by Scooter Lilly. I'm going to find out if it's actually his real name. I mean, an incredible handle at that, but a local expert. When you're talking about these long runs, one of the most startling things I heard this morning, Mike Iaconelli, I mean, he's been around for a while. He's seen a lot of stuff. He said yesterday's run, one of the top 5 toughest runs he's ever had in a tournament. So this tournament this week is not just about catching him. It's getting there and getting back safely. Lots of action from on the water because that's always the big story. So don't go anywhere. We'll be right back for the Bassmaster halftime show presented by Bass Cat Boats with tons of action. From beautiful Elizabeth City, North Carolina, for the first time, the Elite Series visits the Pasquotank River. When the rain starts falling, it's a different weather day. But it's good rain and fish if you're hanging out with Kyle Welcher, because he's having an incredible tournament from a tough pre-fish to dominance halfway point of this tournament. North Carolina, that's where we are hanging out here this week. And finally, the Elite Series comes to North Carolina, and for the very first time, we go the Pasquotank River for the third stop of the 2025 Progressive Bassmaster Elite Series, the St. Croix Bassmaster Elite at the Pasquotank River. And yesterday at takeoff and at weigh-in, we heard lots of stories about long runs and an incredible vast playing field, almost limitless playing field. I mean, the only thing that limits you here really is gas and the time that you have. Incredible long runs we've seen, but big payoff. We've seen, obviously, giant bags. And unbelievably, we just left a Bassmaster Classic where we heard we were going to see 30-pound bags. Did not see a 30-pound bag. Did not see a double-digit fish. But we are 3 Elite Series events into the season, and all of them have seen a dirty 30, which is really impressive to me.
Pretty remarkable. I mean, you can usually look at the Elite Series schedule and pick out 1 or 2 tournaments at most. Usually it's just one that you could possibly see that. To start out the Elite Series season with 3 tournaments in a row with 30-plus pound bags, we can't complain. I mean, that's pretty good.
Well, you know what you want to see? You want to see what's going on in the water, and let's jump out there right now with your Yamaha midday report and have a look at how things have been shaken out here at the 3rd stop of the 2025 Bassmaster Elite Series. And we'll kick things off with our reigning Bassmaster Classic champion, Easton Fothergill. Looked like him and Trey McKinney were just going to pick up where they left things off at the Bassmaster Classic. Kyle Welcher reigned on that parade, but Easton a player here again this week, Kyle Jesse.
Certainly was an interesting weigh-in yesterday. You thought those 2 guys were going to be at the top again. Easton obviously had a terrific day on day number 1. Got to see some really interesting things that he was doing yesterday. Using that perspective mode, got some great shots on live yesterday, seeing what he was looking at, and it seemed to happen fast. You know, early in the morning, he mentioned staying close, trying to maximize his time early in the morning. Didn't really work out. Went to his secondary area, and that's when it really picked up for him. Seemed like he, caught a lot of his weight within, I'd say an hour span. So certainly far from being over for Easton Fothergill.
Well, our final 2 in the Classic had a combined age of 42, and this is the other part of that. 20-year-old Trey McKinney, the youngest Elite Series champion in history, and we're used to seeing him in the mix, but once again here this week.
Absolutely. I mean, obviously stumbled right out of the gates this year on the Bassmaster Elite Series. Didn't let that slow him down. An outstanding tournament there at Lake Okeechobee. Moves on to the Classic with a 2nd place finish. Right back into the mix here at, in North Carolina, and it has been nonstop for him. I mean, we see him flipping trees, hitting those, flipping his jig up against those cypress knees, having some success. Also using what looks to be some variation of perspective mode. So been interesting to watch him, and yesterday same deal for him. Obviously that afternoon bite was key, but with this weather we'll see what happens.
Well, how about your tournament leader, Kyle Welcher? Said he left the dock yesterday morning, did not have a plan, had a horrible pre-fish. But yesterday on the stage, and these are some scary words if you're in this event, he said, now I have a clue, and it didn't take him long to prove that first thing this morning.
Absolutely. I mean, yesterday it felt like we had to wait a good little ways until we found, we started seeing those bigger fish hit the scales or hit Bass Track. Today, right off the bat, right as soon as the folks in Little Rock hit live, seemed like Kyle Welcher caught that 7-pounder, instantaneously. He called a shot. We're calling Babe Ruth today because he told Chase Sansom yesterday when they were looking at the footage that he had lost this fish and he was going to go to him with 100% confidence and catch him first thing in the morning. That's exactly what he did. Has not slowed down. Obviously boated another fish close to 7 pounds, it appeared. So outstanding start here today for Kyle Welcher, but got some adverse conditions. Going to be interesting to see if he can maintain what he's been able to do, but it's been super impressive so far.
Well, an event where everybody is gambling with long runs, a guy synonymous with gambling, obviously Kyle Welcher, a former
really
pro poker player, not making a long run.
Try to find a few more places where these fish might be pulling up to spawn. We got a good bag. We got a couple small ones we need to get rid of. We can get rid of a couple small ones. We'll be really, really good. And I like it when we're really, really good. I shook this fish off on accident one time. I'd like to not do that again.
One of the unique things that we're seeing happen with him, and Wes Miller, our drone photographer that's seen everything there is to see in this sport, he pointed out, he said, Welcher fishing so much slower than a bunch of boats in that area. And he said there were several boats in that area that yesterday they were fishing incredibly fast. And I wonder if that's, Welcher said he had nothing going into this tournament. First day of pre-fish, a lot of anglers talked at how many bites they were getting, how quick they could fish. This is one of those situations where maybe a bad pre-fish is the result of a good tournament because you had to slow down.
No doubt. I mean, you think about it when you're talking about making the long runs, staying close. Those guys that are making the extremely long runs, that's in their head all day long because that clock is continuing to tick. Obviously, once you make it there, you don't have a lot of time to fish. So your internal clock starts speeding up. You fish too fast. I mean, it is springtime. Obviously, Kyle Welcher just mentioned there moments ago, fish that are pulling up to spawn, trying to figure out those places where more will potentially pull up. I mean, it's spring, and once they get on, either a bed or a piece of cover like we're seeing right now, I mean, it's not necessarily like you just throw to it once and it bites, especially a fish that's actively on bed. So, being able to slow down is certainly always going to be a key in the springtime once those fish get to that stage of the spawn, and certainly paying off big.
Hooked Up Live.
Get over here, big sucker. I can't freaking grab it. Got it now. Give me some, dude. In the mouth. Close to 5.
He is going to ruin this weigh-in. Make it better for one guy.
Right at 5. Get in there, you big sucker.
Smallest fish was a 1. That is a 4-pound cull there. Not bad. When you already have, what was his lead before that?
9 and change. Almost 10 pounds.
He's doing a little culling there, and if you saw what he did right before he hooked that fish, I mean, we see a lot of time with bedding fish, the way shaking the bait. I mean, he's actually hitting that rod, beating that rod. We'll have a look at that in a little bit, but I think we're going to try to pull something off here, Kyle. I don't know if we can do it. We have been trying to do this for 2 days in a row, and I mean, it's a tall task. I mean, when your former champion won it 44 years ago, it is not easy to get a hold of that gentleman. But I think, do you think this is actually going to happen?
That's what I keep hearing. I mean, we teased it yesterday.
Basil Bacon, can you hear us?
Yes, I can.
Well, thank you for joining us. Incredible to have legendary Basil Bacon. We actually can see you, Basil. Coffee time.
Well,
great to have you here.
Well, thank you. It's a pleasure all mine. Quite an honor. Thank you.
You're familiar with this fishery. You're familiar with this fishery.
Well,
you've obviously fished it for years. You've been successful here.
Yes, I really like the area. Very familiar with it. Had at least a couple of tournaments over there. And I really like the water because there's so many different ways to go and many different ways of fishing. And right now, it ought to really be great over there.
How has it changed over the years when you won compared to today?
Well, of course, I haven't been there since then. And I really don't know how the water has changed, the lakes and everything, but if you're referring to how fishing has changed in general, it's a whole new ball game now as to what it was, what we did on any lake, anywhere and any time.
Basil, you were extremely well known to be a great flipper, and so far from what we've seen out here at the Pasquotank River, it looks to be the most fishy water I've ever seen. I mean, as far as being able to flip cover, fish, visible cover, You know, your experience, was that the case? And is this one of the most fishy places you've ever fished?
Well, it's one of my favorite places, and you know, flipping was my thing. I always told people the only depth finder I need in my boat is the one I got in my right hand, because that's the way I fished most of the time, and it was my favorite way. Well, except of course reserve spook. That's a little different world of fishing. And the flipping, you've got everything in the world to flip over there. If you want to run around the lake, across the big lake, the Sound itself, then you've got several rivers there. You got the Chowan and the Perquimans and the Pasquotank and Flatty. You go up the North River, go into Corn Chop Bay, go across Currituck, and go up into Back Bay in Virginia if you want to run that far. And everywhere you go, you get something different. A lot of grass over in the eastern part of that whole scenario in there. But everywhere you go, you've got something different to fish. And of course, one of my favorite things is fishing around cypress knees. They hold a lot of fish. You have to fish cypress knees a little bit different than most people ever think about. But it's a great place to fish, and I really liked it there. In fact, just a tournament one time up in, we started out just outside of Richmond, Virginia, and I run down the James and across Chesapeake Bay and down the Intercoastal Canal and went into Corn Chop Bay and then went back up into Back Bay. Like I never made that trip. Didn't work out very good, but had a lot of fun.
Long run's probably a little tougher back in your day. Didn't have as big a outboard, as big a motor. How long was the run you were making back then?
On the Albemarle Sound, in the tournaments that I fished, I always fished on the Sound, Flatty, which is where I won one tournament, was in Flatty Creek, and the other one I was mostly in Little River, because Little River just seemed to produce a lot of really good fish on a regular basis. Had a lot of good stuff to fish. And as far as the run from up around Richmond, I probably run about 125 miles and then add another 15 or something like that to go back across Currituck and into Back Bay in Virginia. But didn't think anything about making
Basil,
runs like that.
Steve Bowman.
Sure.
Steve Bowman told us a story yesterday about how influential the tournament you won in 1981 was to conservation and the live release boats that we're so familiar with seeing now. Can you tell us a little bit more about that story and how that all played out?
Yeah, I'd be glad to. The first tournament we had there, when the tournament was over, there were a lot of dead fish in that little canal up there where they were releasing all the fish. And after it was over with, everybody was real upset. The fishermen were upset. We don't like killing fish. That's why we came up with the catch and release stuff years and years ago. And it was a bad thing, and everybody was talking about it being an oxygen and everything. And I had been schooled quite well on pH by Dr. Lauren Hill. He's a really good friend of mine, and I had a lot of respect for him. Really a neat guy. And he taught me a lot of things, a lot of different things about the things that he had done in fishing. But I knew from the boat slip that I was in that one morning I walked in there and I could smell it. I thought, well, this is bad stuff. And I checked pH on it, and it was coffee. It was pure acid, 4.0. So anyhow, I picked up the phone knowing what I knew and called Harold Sharp, Home Dome, And told him, I said, what the problem was up there was the pH. I said, those fish are going in there and they're releasing them 4.0, and they can't swim 100 feet. They're going to be dead. And so anyhow, he said, well, you proved that. We go back next year, and I talked to Lauren and the guy that manufactured the boat, can't remember his name, Joe something, and manufactured the pH meter. And so they came over and at the next tournament, and I was one of the first to weigh in, and they came up to me and they said, Bank, we got a problem here proving this thing because we checked the pH of the water down there. And he said, it's 7.8, 7.9, it's perfect. And, well, I don't know. All I can tell you is what I know and what I saw last year. And it wasn't but about 15, 20 minutes, all of a sudden some folks came up and said, hey, we got dead fish down here in the canal. So Lauren grabbed his pH meter and whoos. He said, for some reason it's 4.0, and where it was 7.9 a few minutes ago. And I said, well, it's motors are coming up through there and they're kicking that silt up off the bottom, and it's just deadly to the fish. So the next day, they got the word, and Ray had everybody come in on trolling motors, but they helped some, but that didn't cure it. But after that, they figured it was a good idea to get a boat and take those fish and put them in water we know for sure, and then take them somewhere else and release them instead of releasing them right there by the weigh-in site, because everybody knew that was a good day to fish, a good place to go fish the next day anyhow. And it was quite an accomplishment that the folks at B.A.S.S and all the other tournament organizations too have done a great thing with those release boats. It was a good deal.
Basil, you're obviously a bass fishing Hall of Famer, a 9-time Classic qualifier, 2-time Bassmaster winner. I'm a big fan personally, and I'm a little fanboying out here just having you on the show. But if I can get an exemption and you could compete in this tournament, could Basil Bacon compete today with today's anglers?
I could. I might get a little tired. I might get wore out before it's over, because I am 88 years old now and I've been retired. But I still do a lot of fishing. I haven't been since yesterday, and fixing to leave here just as soon as this thing's over with.
Well, I love to hear that, and it honestly has been an honor having you on the show. Basil Bacon, you are a gift to this industry, and I thank you very much for joining us.
Thank you very much, sir, for having me, and it's been a pleasure. Anytime, anything I can do, you just holler. I'll be there.
Well, we'll be in touch. Let's get back out. Basil Bacon doesn't know. I mean, he threw that offer out there. I will be calling all times a day. I mean, I would love to fish with him. An incredible legend of this sport. Such an entertaining gentleman, and 88 years old. I mean, it took us 2 days to get that signal, but I'm glad we did. Joey Cifuentes hooked up live.
Finally, number 4. And a little better quality. A little over 3-pounder. Oh, that's big time right there. Just gotta get one more.
The Cowboy having a big week here, Joey Cifuentes. Don't know if I haven't brought it up to him, but I don't know if he takes it to defense. We found out yesterday during the weigh-in that David Mullins has a pet raccoon, which is actually named Cowboy. Is that an insult, you think?
I'm gonna say it's just an odd coincidence.
Well, what isn't an odd coincidence is our tournament leader, the same leader since day number 1, 55 pounds, 3 ounces, Stone Cold Kyle Welcher. Bassmaster halftime show presented by Basscat Boats, back in your life. And where are we coming from this week? Well, we are in beautiful Elizabeth City, North Carolina for the third stop of 2025 Progressive Bassmaster Elite Series. The Stone Cold Kyle Welcher is kind of walking away with this thing at this point. It's still early, but this week a big story has been runs. It is all about high risk and maybe a reward, depending on how it works out for you. It obviously goes one of two directions, and I'll be honest, yesterday during weigh-in, it was shocking the amount of anglers that came up. I mean, Drew Cook stands out, said on stage yesterday that his run was 2 hours and 45 minutes each way. He was physically shaking on the stage. I mean, obviously a little cold. And what these anglers are putting up with is amazing. And I think because this is our space, we don't give this enough credit. If you really look at it, we did a little research yesterday. You know, the average F1 race is 90 minutes long. He's running for 2 hours and 45 minutes. And that's not a pleasureful, like, you're driving the entire time. And when you see all these things about racers and what they go through and the stress of a race, our anglers are literally doing more than a Formula One race, going and trying to catch their fish, and then doing that to get back. It is truly incredible.
When you see the conditions on the on the Sound, obviously it is not just silk smooth glass water. Obviously, if you saw anything on social media last night, those runs were treacherous. And to do that for that amount of time, that's a mentally exhausting thing. You heard it so many times during weigh-in yesterday, how many guys were coming up. I mean, we talked about it. Guys were walking up like crooked, like couldn't even stand up straight from how long these runs were and just getting, beat to death out there. And the thing that's mentally exhausting, and you and I talked about this as well, is in other sports, if Chris Jones is lined up against you and you're the tackle, every single play you got to continue to do that, and that's mentally exhausting. For those guys that are making that long run, they have to know before they even do it, like, how bad that sucked, and I'm going to have to do it again just to compete. So certainly going to be something to keep an eye on. And the flip side of that is this guy's making extremely long runs, and then we see the guy in first place right now on Bass Track just knocking their lights out. And, I mean, if there wasn't an island behind us, we might be able to see him.
He's 1.5 miles from takeoff. I mean, why didn't they all just do that?
Well, I mean, that's the one consistent thing we heard through practice was that if you could make the run, it was going to be worth it. I mean, we talked about the buying or selling yesterday. That was a big component to that as well. And all the guys that thought, if you could do it, it's going to be worth it. I think by the end of this tournament, some guys are going to be really upset seeing what Kyle Welcher and even some of the other guys that have stayed close and have been able to do, maximize their time. Obviously, no lack of quality in here, but changing conditions, it'll be interesting to see if that affects the bite in here and if it makes the bite elsewhere better. So it's still a lot to be determined.
Looking at Easton Fothergill, obviously the second youngest Bassmaster Classic champion in history, and has been that for all of 2 weeks. How far is he running?
He's in the North River, so, I mean, not too far. I mean, Ronnie made the comment yesterday that by land it's not very far, but you still have to go out. And, one thing that's worth mentioning, and I wish this was one of the few tournaments that I do wish I was able to get out on the water just to see it, because I think this body of water is so unique as it is, but the map doesn't do it justice. We talk about it every single time we go to the Great Lakes. You see it up there. You're like, oh, the lake's significantly bigger than a normal lake. But it doesn't do it justice until you get out there. Just to make a run over into the North River, I mean, you still have to run all the way out into the Sound and then back in. Again, I'm no expert at maneuvering here, but that's still a decent run as far as time is concerned.
You're on big water when we had several anglers on stage say, and anybody who's spent time on big water knows that when you look at a point ahead, or even if you look at your graph and you're like, okay, we're going to be covering ground. Several anglers said, I shut down my graph and turned it on because I thought I lost connection because my cursor just wasn't moving enough. Obviously, we got eyes on Joey Cifuentes right now. Is he making a big run as well?
He is. Roanoke, he's going all the way down there. Jacob Fouts is also in a similar area.
Oh, boy.
He's hooked up. There's a lot going on here.
He looks short. He looks short. Oh, he touches. He touches. He's going in. We'll get rid of him here in a minute. White number 1.
That one going to measure for him. Doesn't want to bring that in at the end of the day, but he'll take it for right now. Joey Cifuentes having a good tournament, but Trey McKinney, I mean, it seems like it's more rare that he has a bad tournament than a good tournament. I mean, he's always in the mix. He's making a bit of a run as well.
Yeah, absolutely. He's over there, very similar area to where Easton's at. They're not within seeing distance or anything like that, but they're
hooked up live
around the corner.
That's cool. And we are in the woods. Right there. Not bad little fish. Take it every day of the week.
Good fish for Trey McKinney. Another guy we've had a camera on for the last 2 days. Had a camera yesterday and earned it again here today. Kind of joke with him on stage. Does his talking on the scales this week because a little short when it comes to voice. Had no voice for weigh-in yesterday. Well, that's a good call right there. But that is Brock Mosley right there. Kind of funny, a week and a half ago, me and Brock had a conversation. We talked about, you know, the sport and just what guys can give on camera. And I talked to him about how important it is to give your all every time you're on camera, to make the moments happen on the water that inspired you to love this sport as much for the next generation. And he was all fired up. And then he gets a camera and has no voice for 2 days in a row, in the irony of life.
I made the mistake this morning to ask him to do a quick little preview video, and he'd made it, what, one sentence, and then I realized that he still had no voice. But seems like it's getting a little better. Seems like he's found a little remedy to make it better. But another guy making a sizable run, he's over in the Yopim. You know, we've seen him 2 days in a row on camera. You got to give some credit. I mean, on day one, we've seen multiple guys that are factoring into this tournament. It's not always the way it works out, but, you know, Brock Mosley doing what Brock Mosley does, throwing a vibrating jig. Certainly been a player this week, and you're going to have to keep an eye on it.
Well, what we're going to have to keep an eye on is this show, because we're coming back with a local expert. Scooter Lilly going to join us when we come back, and going to break down some of the on-the-water action and what we're seeing happening right in front of our very eyes, because this is obviously the third stop of the season, and local stick, Scooter Lilly. And the question is that really his name, or is this all just a marketing scam? Bassmaster Halftime Show presented by Bass Cat Boats. Beautiful North Carolina, Elizabeth City, North Carolina, and look at it is more beautiful for Kyle Welcher than anybody else right now. 55 pounds, 3 ounces. His nearest pursuant, a second-place finisher at the Bassmaster Classic, the youngest Elite Series champion in history, Trey McKinney, and look at in third place, Brandon Lester, and your Bassmaster Classic champion in fourth. Our leaderboard continues to change, but man, one thing does not change. Our tournament leader has a giant lead, a basic 20-pound lead at this point in the tournament. And the question coming into this is, will we see a century belt? Well, if it's up to Kyle Welcher, I think we are going to see a century belt, but a long way to go from there. But I'm happy to be joined by Scooter Lilly, and I got to ask the question that's been burning in my head. I mean, with a name like that, it's either a marketing scam or you were destined to be a pro angler or NASCAR racer. Which is it?
I have a very good sense of humor.
Okay.
That's what it takes to hold that name. It doesn't have to do with the pro fishing or the NASCAR driving, but I do love to fish, and I'm a local guide here, and my daddy tagged me with that name when I was a few months old. It's not on my birth certificate, but it is on my checking account.
Okay. All right. Watching a fishery like this that you're so intimate with, you spend so much time out here. I mean, it's always a cool experience to see the elite anglers come. What has stood out to you this week?
You know, I was hoping for a little bit better weather so we could show this place off a little better, and they wouldn't have the. Yeah, I've heard about the bumpy rides, which doesn't surprise me. This place is known for some long runs and big water, or choppy water, so to speak. It's like a washing machine out there yesterday. it doesn't surprise me about where it's being led by no means. I was just concerned about how many people probably would be fishing that area. You know, this is a big fish area. There's a lot of fish in this area right here around town. He's definitely capitalizing on it, and he's showing off some of these bigger fish that are definitely living in this area.
Of all the conditions that we've got going on here, obviously the bumpy water across the sound, the wind, the colder temperatures coming into the tournament from practice. What's been the biggest thing keeping this from being what you might have thought it was?
Well, I mean, prior to coming into the tournament practice, you had a real good week of warm weather. The fish were going to the banks, they were spawning, and then you had that cold front come, and then you had all these changes of winds, and that has really made it it's dropped some of the water out. It made it difficult. I know after the first day of practice, I heard people really did well. The cold front come through, the water left, because those winds switching around out of different directions, it'll move this water all over the sound, and that's probably been the biggest disturbance, would be with catching these fish, is that water being so low. I think today it looks like it's a little bit back normal, and maybe this afternoon you'll start seeing some catches really coming in.
Got eyes on Trey McKinney right now, obviously. Mm-hmm. Weather coming in this afternoon. It's supposed to be a pretty aggressive storm roll through the area. Is that going to help things or hurt things?
Well, I think they'll bite prior to it. I think the most significant part about a storm coming through would be lightning, if there's any lightning. I mean, that'll definitely shut down some of and this is all shallow water oriented fishing right now in the spring, and the fish being up shallow trying to spawn. If you get any thunder and lightning, it'll kind of shut that shallow water bite off a little bit. I think the guys with the perspective mode, looking at them a little bit better off the bank, those fish will be a little more comfortable, especially if the next 2 days coming with the water, I think, is going to be gone Saturday and Sunday. So it's going to keep those bigger fish from really showing up shallow like they should.
One thing, as we're watching Easton Fothergill here, is, yesterday we saw him fishing near the bank, not on the bank. You mentioned a lot of those fish pulling up to the bank. We've seen the electronics play big into this.
Definitely.
Is this something that you have experience with, those fish that are staging, even spawning just a little bit further off the bank? And is that part of the factor of the water moving up and down so much?
I think it's more of the water that's been low and pulling out. I think those fish have held off the bank a little bit because of these winds that we've been getting that kept the water low. Most time they're right on the bank spawning, and I'm a shallow water guy, and that's where I like to catch them, so I'm not really looking at my electronics a whole lot off the bank. But if you do it long enough, you just know. You got a second sense that tells you they're out. They're not going to be up shallow, and that's what it is. And these guys are
whoa, hold on. Sorry to interrupt you. Kyle Welcher hooked up live.
Right here. Know right where he's at. Check him out. Oof. It's another good one.
In the mouth.
Wow, he is decimating the rest of the field right now.
You spent that long.
Is there a point, the area very intimately, that he's... Let's listen to him real quick. The area that he's fishing, will we near a point where he's got to kind of lay off, or do you got to get while you can get in that area?
I would definitely be slacking off a little bit, I think, with what he's got already. And, because I do think the next 2 days, like I talked about, might be a little tougher with the water. We're going to have northwest winds the next 2 days. It's going to dump a lot of water out of here.
After practice, I would have killed for that.
He knows what he's doing, and that's pretty good when he's getting rid of. I'd think about maybe laying off a little bit. He's over 20, I do believe, right?
Oh, yeah.
Bass Track now unofficially has him at 26 and a half, 26.8.
Wow. Wow.
I mean, he's in line.
Ooh, that is a menacing shot. Is probably the right adjective for that. That is the area, and obviously, as we said, some weather coming in. And, man, that visual right there, if you're any other of the 101 other pros trying to beat Kyle Welcher, Kyle Welcher's got to feel good. Like, when you look at that knowing you're only a mile and a half from takeoff, and everybody else has got to go through that. Oh, what a play. Is that the area he's fishing, is it the kind of area, I mean, obviously going to have a big lead at the halfway point of this tournament, is it the kind of area that can continue to put him out?
Absolutely. There's a lot of fish in that area. There has been, and there's also some spawning areas real close by, which will keep those fish coming into that area he's fishing. So, you know, they're going to be pulling in and out with the weather and the water moving up and down, and I think he's sitting in a great spot to get the job done, even though it is close. And he's fortunate enough. It does appear that there aren't many anglers fishing right in that particular spot or in that zone.
So we've talked all week long about the water movement. Obviously, not tidal is what we were told coming into this, but the water moves up and down a lot based on the winds. It's something the guys in the studio, Tommy, Davey, Ronnie, they want to know. They want you to break it down for us. You know, what winds do what, you know, how does that affect certain areas like close by, you know, the Roanoke, the different areas? Because to me, that is a rather confusing concept. And we even heard some of the guys on the Elite Series yesterday on camera saying that they were a little confused by the water dropping based on the wind direction. So it's a pretty complex thing, I understand.
It is. It's a mind game playing that wind, because it could do so many different things, and you'll think that one direction that it's blowing will help you, and it's doing the exact opposite. I believe it was northeast yesterday, and what'll happen is, and today is southeast, so it's a total different wind direction. The southeast that we have today will actually put a little water in here, and it won't back it in hard, but it'll at least show back up to where the water's higher than it was yesterday. So you kind of want to play those winds if you know, the more you fish and learn. But you know, these guys are kind of, you know, they're at a disadvantage not understanding these wind directions that we have down here. Northwest is definitely going to pull the water out of this whole body from Chowan, Roanoke, all the way out. Northeast usually puts a little water in here, but what it did yesterday was it blew a lot of water from the upper end of the Sound and backed it up into the Chowan and the Roanoke area. So these guys lost water at this end.
Obviously got eyes on Brock Mosley right now. But the guy who everybody's got their eyes on is obviously our tournament leader, Kyle Welcher. Let's have a look at his catches from today. And this, just to remind you, this is not any part of the Dirty 30 from yesterday. This is just today.
I'm shaking. Where's the keeper? I couldn't see over my hood.
Once again, this footage from earlier today. And what a day Kyle Welcher has had. What a way to back up, and just goes to show you the age-old tournament thought that bad pre-fish equals good tournament. He literally said he did not have a clue leaving yesterday. Well, he's got a clue now, and he is maximizing that clue. Called his shot, Kyle Jesse, yesterday. Said he was going to catch that 7-pounder first thing in the morning, and guess what? He did.
A lot of guys say that, but of course, you know, they go out the next day, the fish is gone, they don't catch it. I mean, immediately today shows up, that fish is there, catches it. What a performance so far by Kyle Welcher.
Scooter, I want to thank you for joining us, and I'm going to put you on the spot here.
Yeah.
If you can't pick Kyle Welcher, who's going to win this Bassmaster tournament?
Oh, man. You know, I had so many places picked in my head, and actually where he's fishing was one of them. So I also had the alligator picked out, and I was looking at some of Randy Howe's footage yesterday, and I was thinking he was definitely sitting in a good area. But you know, I pretty much I can't pick Welcher.
Well, you can if you want. I mean, you're Scooter. You can do whatever you want. I mean, you're Scooter Lily.
He's doing pretty good. He's blowing the field out right now. But we'll know this afternoon and come weigh in and see if, you know, we'll tell more about what's going to go on.
We will find out.
Yeah.
Please don't hold it against me, but I'm pretty sure I'm using Scooter Lily as my alias wherever we go in the world. I will be Scooter Lily from here on out. A menacing scene here for day number 2. Don't go anywhere. We'll be right back in just a few minutes' time with Bo Knows and some great stuff from on the water here at the third stop of the 2025 Progressive Bassmaster Elite Series. Bassmaster Halftime Show presented by Bass Cat Boats. Welcome back to Elizabeth City, North Carolina, Pasquotank River, and I'm glad we got here now because it took me up till now to learn how to say it. A lot of confusing names to say here, but we got a guy who's going to dispel all myths and educate us with his wealth of knowledge. And that, of course, producer Steve Bowman joining us on set with a feature that we call Bo Knows. And Bowman, Scooter did a great job. Can you back it up?
Probably not. But I do know this, that I feel like I could kill a duck right there. This is a beautiful place.
We're not talking about
I
duck
know
killing.
we're on the bass fishing deal, okay? So I want to tell you a little bit about the catch rates for this event. We do bass track and a few other things that keep us tuned in to the hourly catches. Now, these are a 10-hour time span. We have an 8-hour tournament. Because of the flights, though, it's spread out over a 10-hour period. So, number one that I know, the overall best fishing hour of day one was 10 a.m. to 11 a.m. You know, it's really not that big of a surprise, right? Because it's spawning season. Now we get in the summer.
Probably when they just
it'll
got
go a
there,
lot
too.
earlier.
Yeah. Half them running.
100%.
Yeah, and some of it is running.
Settling in.
But that hour accounted for 20% of the catch in those 10 hours that were reported.
Wow.
A full 20% of the catch. It was also the heaviest hour by sheer numbers. You know, if you weighed up all the fish, but it was just a 2.5-pound average for every fish caught during that hour. Up to 11 a.m. when that hour ended, 45% of all the fish weighed came by 11 o'clock. Okay, so that's the first thing I know. Number two, the big fish hours tell a completely different story. Okay, at 10 a.m. hour accounted for 20% of the 5-pound plus fish, just like it did in all the rest of them. It was preceded by 3 hours that added together accounted for another 20%. Okay? In the 11 a.m. hour, I'm having a difficult time going a.m.
I need an abacus to put all this together.
I know this.
Bowman.
I'm tongue-tied. There were no fish caught over 5 pounds, right? But by noon through 2 o'clock, almost 50% of all the big fish were caught during noon to 2.
Wow.
So basically, there's a big fish window coming. And number 3 is simple. It's like all pre-spawn events. Mid-morning is for limits. Afternoon is for giants and game changers.
Well, I'll tell you this much, too. We're going to have our work cut out for us today to figure out the pattern, what the deal is going on, because I just took a look today's numbers, and the 9 to 10 a.m. hour, we have 8 catches over 5 pounds, which is by far more than any other hour we saw yesterday. However, Kyle Welcher probably accounted for 6 of them.
There is that. There is that. But, I mean, it also, if those averages hold up, just think what we got to look at this afternoon.
For sure.
Number-wise, totally different direction, but just when we talk about these long runs, just add up, and obviously we're seeing what's happening weight-wise, but just add up how much more fishing time Kyle Welcher has. I mean,
oh my gosh. Yeah.
He is literally,
got the full day.
When this is done today, you can fish all 4 days of this event, and if you're making those long runs, he's probably already fished more hours than you will the entire
whole
4
tournament.
events.
Exactly.
That's a great point.
Wow.
Exactly.
Wow.
So it's a little bit interesting it's not any huge surprise, but the big interesting thing for me was how big the day got as the day wore on. So.
Wow. It's good stuff. Good stuff. You know what? We're going to keep you around, Bo.
Okay.
We're going to keep you around, Bowman, and we're going to do some bold predictions, Kyle Jesse. Where are we going with this?
Well, we're going to keep Bowman rolling. Bowman, you're going to go first. You're going to give us your bold prediction for this tournament, moving forward the rest of the day, and then, even maybe on into the weekend.
Having been here and got to know Scooter a little bit, I'm gonna just tell you that based on the information that I just gave you, conversations with Scooter, there will be a double-digit bass weight in this tournament. But I'm going to go one step further. That fish will come today.
Today?
Today.
So you're saying there's going to be another surprise?
I think that the big fish trend is for the afternoon. I see a front coming in, right?
Sure.
And, I mean, it just is like a perfect storm for that double-digit fish to come this afternoon. That might be it right there. No.
That is not it. That is definitely not it.
So I'm saying it happens.
So I'm going to give my bold prediction, and I will say I thought of this before what we just saw on the halftime show with Kyle Welcher. But we've talked about it. You know, Brandon Polnick at Okeechobee, you know, these tournaments where you get big leads going into the final day. Easton Fothergill just a couple weeks ago at the Classic. We always think it's just going to be overdone. Once it gets to a certain point, it's over. It almost never works that way. It might you know, trickle in and, you know, later on in the day. But my prediction is going to be that this is going to come down to the wire. And now I don't mean necessarily at weigh-in.
I hope you're right. I so hope you're right.
But I'm going to say he's not going to run away with it. I don't know. Maybe the conditions change in here. Something gets tougher. I will say, either way, I'm going to win this because Kyle Welcher was my AOY pick. So if he wins this event, I mean, good for me.
You found a backdoor way to make your pick relevant, but you did pick it. I mean, that's a moment of total honesty when you're making stuff like this. You did pick it a couple hours ago. It was a lot more bold at the time, but I will say, and my prediction also was a lot more bold at the time because when you see what Kyle Welcher's saying, you're going to say, well, of course. But I'm going to say, we've seen a 30-pound bag in the first 3 Elite Series events. Obviously, this one was weighed in here yesterday. It is not the only Dirty 30 we're going to see here this week. We will see another Dirty 30, and hey, it might be Kyle Welcher today.
Kyle?
Who knows?
No.
Yeah, I didn't know any better.
He's not going to run away with it, though.
Well, if he does, it kind of ruins your prediction. But we'll find out. Great predictions. Bowman, great job here. And some great on-the-water footage we've had here in this segment. So I love seeing that. And you guys are going to see more of that. And here's the good news. Wherever you're watching in the world, you're not standing out in that. It is ominous here in beautiful Elizabeth City, North Carolina. Obviously, normally beautiful, but a little inclement here today. But the weather's going to be wonderful this weekend. It's going to be a big fish showdown, throwdown, a big fish mowdown for the third stop at 2025.
St. Croix Bassmaster Elite at the Pasquotank River, looking a little ominous out there, a little dark and stormy. Looking at the north, probably west a little bit of our area here. A lot of that weather action has been passing that way and sort of bypassing to the north and moving on out to sea. But at some point, some of that's going to dip into here, and it's going to make a difference in the feel and look of the weather. There it is. There it goes right there, and you can see where we are. Well, it's not looking too bad, actually. It's kind of pulling away, I would think, in a general way. There's going to be some more periods of rain, like starting right here in about 10 minutes at Elizabeth City. But after that, it looks pretty good, but you know, subject to change, as they always say.
Yeah, I need to take a picture of that because it is moving north and west, staying west and moving north of Elizabeth City. That doesn't happen very often when we have a Bassmaster event in there.
No, it does not. It usually T-bones us, targets us, bullseye right there. So a wind blowing from the south.
Maybe it scooted it, you know, gave it some speed from the south so it didn't have a chance to slide to the east. Just get on out of here.
Right. Sort of grease the wheels for the weather to move on out of here. We'll see. Back to Joey Cifuentes.
Yeah, I feel a lot better now. I've got a limit for, I'm pretty sure I got 10 pounds. And like I said, the goal today was to make the cut. It's so nice when you can do that. It's hard to do. So I feel really good. That puts me at, you know, I had 18. That puts me at 28 pounds. So that should be good enough to get me in there to fishing tomorrow. I'm in where I've caught all my fish. I caught a big one here yesterday, so it could happen here at any moment. I'm gonna leave early just because I know that I'm pretty sure I'm good to make the cut. So like I'm gonna leave early. I'm gonna give myself extra time. I don't know what the wind's doing out there. The weatherman said it's blowing this morning, but it's awful calm in here, but that doesn't mean it's not out there. So I'm gonna fish here for probably about another 20 minutes or so, and then I'm gonna roll back and I'm gonna fish around takeoff for the last little bit. That's what I'm gonna do. So I've had an absolute blast. If I don't end up making the cut, fishing out here is awesome. It's just a really big place. It's so vast. It's hard to nail down where to fish at, just because there's just millions of shoreline. So, but it's got everything it needs for big fish. I mean, you've seen some giants wade in, and it's a sweet place. I'd like to come back, but a little bit closer to where I'm fishing next time, if we can do that. So, but yeah, good day, man. I'm thankful.
I listen to that and I think Joey leaving early and going and fishing near the takeoff might be the big fish move of the day for him.
Yeah, absolutely. I thought about it too. It might be the bad move of the day for Kyle Welcher, because I bet he's not the only one that's planning to do that with this weather coming in.
Absolutely, yeah. He's going to have some company here. At least some in closer proximity.
Yeah, heading in yesterday, there were a lot of boats in that region.
Oh my gosh. Wow. That fish knocked the fire out of my bait.
Its rod jumped. It almost jerked the rod out of his hand.
It was a bass. I mean, it threw up like a big old boil of mud when it hit my teal. Oh my gosh, I don't know if it was a catfish or a bass or what. I mean, it hit it super hard.
I was looking at his rod. It almost
like a bass.
Jerked the rod out of his hand. The bite was so strong.
Circle back and take a look at that. I would like to. There's all of our 102 anglers represented on our map, or overlay of the Marl Sound, and the connecting waterways right there. Pretty wide distribution when you think about it.
It really is. There again, this map, just no way to do it justice, showing these anglers how spread out they are on this map. But you're right. I mean, we heard a lot of anglers saying this was going to fish ridiculously small, and it is not doing that.
Not at all. No.
Pretty well spread out.
But it seems to have room to move around. I haven't seen anybody crowd anyone else during the course of our coverage. We have a small sample, but still. Let's hear from Trey McKinney.
Well, now this rain coming in, I just wonder how much wind's going to come with it. Depending on what time we got to leave here, but overall, slow day. You know, we've got 3 decent bites, and other than that, we got two more babies. So we all got all my weight with 3. So now I'm trying to at least. Now you think about it, if I just get just one big bite, it would change everything. So that's what we're on the hunt for right now. Who knows if we'll find it or not, but that's all I'm trying to catch now is one big one. I just had one eat my Nico, and literally, boom, and I swing, and it didn't have it, so. But other than that, we haven't had much. We just gotta find us one more big one. Just one more bite the rest of the day, and I'm good. Be nice for 2, but I'll have to settle for 1. Or hopefully not. I don't have to settle for nothing. Gotta go. I mean, this looks so good. You think you just reel it through there like that, and it would just. Nope, it doesn't. Oh. It does not. Now there's been so many people fish around here, it's kind of either got to get your bait where nobody else has, or pray some new ones have moved up. I'm gonna get my bait where nobody else has. From the time you cast to the time you get to the boat, you're hitting cypress knees with your jig. It's unbelievable. but it makes it where you can fish here pressured too because there's so much cover. You can kind of pick it apart. It's also a little bit of a benefit.
As if we needed more more room, like you mentioned, a lot of cover makes it fish a lot bigger, a lot more targets.
What's that? Oh, I'm trying some little mini offshore brush piles right now. I'm still in the same region I caught them in yesterday. They moved somewhere. I still haven't been able to locate where that is. So we're just bouncing around now in the general area, trying all kinds of different stuff, trying to relocate these fish.
Rain moving in there?
Yeah, and these fish move around a lot more than I thought they would. Even with Easton, he had them dialed in yesterday afternoon, and you can tell he's searching again.
Yeah, he can't find them right now. It's the Fuentes. Looks like he is, as promised, he is going to head home, head back towards Elizabeth City, North Carolina right now, and take up fishing there close in. Kyle Welcher still the giant lead up there. 21 pounds and 11 ounces. Trey McKinney still hanging in second place. Tyler Williams, one of the ones that have moved up into the top 10, along with Brandon Lester, Kyle Patrick, also Alex Redwine. So some changes in our top 10, but it's all about the top 50 today.
This place out here is a nasty body of water. It's something I know nothing about, which is tidal water. I have no idea. I just know it rises and it falls because of some kind of gravitational pull. And you know, when I see the current coming into the creek, I fish shallower. When I see it going out, I fish deeper. And that's about the extent of my tidal water fishery knowledge right there for you guys. But make sure we get a few of the right bites and hopefully we'll be all right.
Well, Trey McKinney not doing too terribly bad for having little knowledge of a situation like this. He's in second place. Man, what a first, not even year and 3 events in his Elite Series career this young man has had. He has become a factor and more often than not when we have a tournament just about anywhere.
I liked his thought process there. Don't overthink it. When the water's coming in, that means it's coming up. The fish are probably moving in with it. When it's going out, do the opposite.
Just so crazy it might work.
Yeah.
Fourth keeper there for Easton.
Seems like he's having a much slower day, but it was yesterday about this time when he said, "I've got them figured out."
Right, it was.
He had a
right,
slow.
right when we,
well,
back
like Bo knows, that 10 to 11 window where the catch, that was his window. That was when he caught the first 2 5-pounders. And so
I thought it was an hour before those 2 hours that.
Yeah.
Well, when the crescent moon finally dumped the water out, that was
from the northeast and also from the southwest,
which sucks the wind out from the west.
On a pink moon.
We need a master chart to refer to for all this.
We're just having a good old time, Tommy. Kyle Welcher's got a 93-pound lead, so we're just having our...
Yeah, we just might as well let it wash over us.
You know, right now we're just trying to get lucky and catch a big one. We've got a pretty good bag. We just need to find some more for tomorrow and then also just catch another big one somehow, luckily. I think we can do it. The biggest thing I want to do, though, is find some more for tomorrow. Maybe another area, because you never know. The full moon's like in a couple days or tomorrow or something, like something weird can make them just all leave. And that's what I'm trying to avoid, is find as many of them as I can for tomorrow. Because I only had one to start today, and we just kind of had to find new ones. And I was very fortunate to find what I have found, because it's not real easy to find fish that are willing to bite.
I like his strategy. Try to find a few for tomorrow.
Especially when he said earlier, Davey, that area by the takeoff that's all he's got. So we were talking about earlier in the day burning it down if he had other areas. That's his only area. Now he's got to use this extra time he's been afforded to find more. But we also mentioned Matt Greshik when I talked to him pre-tournament. There's going to be an angler who had a terrible practice that finds himself in contention to win this tournament because they stay close. And that's exactly halfway through this tournament, basically, that we're seeing that happen.
We have seen it before.
I don't know how long it's gonna rain. I hate to get my shoes soaked. I don't know how long it's gonna rain.
The next stop is Lake Hartwell. A little less than 2 weeks from today. Well, 2 weeks from today, we will be fishing on Lake Hartwell. Kyle was second place. The Classic was there. 2022. Very disappointed by that finish. Thought he had it. Next year, he went out and won Angler of the Year. So, Kyle might be someone you want to consider for some possible fantasy action in our next event as well.
Yeah, how many people were saving him and drain the lake for next week? Not
a lot.
Thinking about him here.
I would say a lot were. But I know one guy who didn't.
Tommy Saunders.
Had him in both.
Really? Wow.
But I heard that Tommy didn't pick the best.
No, the rest
fillers
of my team were not stellar.
I don't know where I have Welcher scheduled. If I already used him or not.
As long as we're on the fantasy subject, we've got a third game that's been added to the mix now, 3 in all. TH Marine, Bassmaster, Pick'em Challenge. And that's a set of matches between individual anglers. 8 matches?
7.
7 matches.
And Welcher is a part of one of them.
Oh, which part?
So it's the battle of the Kyles, so to say. It's Kyle Welcher and Kyle Patrick, which both are doing very good in this event, but Welcher is head and shoulders above him, and so me and Kyle Jesse both picked Welcher in that matchup, so that's a good thing, but yeah.
Yeah, you just pick the winners of each of those matchups.
No one is perfect. There is 0 perfect brackets.
Really? No
this
kidding.
far in
After
the season.
Only 2
yeah, and we've Kyle likes that. He likes the tricky ones where it's like, oh, that guy's a shoe-in, and it doesn't work that way. So
yeah. Yeah, if you don't think about it much, it sounds like the easiest game to play. I haven't found it easy.
Freaking giant.
Al just said he just missed a giant.
Okay.
I don't think he would be fishing for it if it wasn't a giant.
No,
After this one.
He's a smart guy.
Yeah.
I don't think he'd be fishing for a 4
Wasn't even on
pounder.
bed, it was just swimming. Yeah, it was just swimming.
Tasha. Be hard not to save that one until tomorrow to start on, but then Joyce Fuentes comes bebopping in and just happens to say, I just came back early because I know it was going to
Another 7-11 at the end.
Yeah, it could certainly happen. Him and about 30 other guys that are going to come in early.
Yes, they're going to be.
And he only really needs this next coal. He would need the big bass of the day to cull out, you know, like you're culling out a 5+ pounder at that point. So one more cull and he's got nothing but giants.
He's going to fish for it, looks like.
Well, he could be said he's running away with it at this point. Of course, there's other points ahead, but I mean, you just can't not watch Kyle because this is such an incredible effort he has put forth. But now over in a day and a half here, look at the lead, 21 pounds and 11 ounces. Ronnie's right.
Doubling
the
up
record's
10th
going to be
place.
shot.
He's doubling up 10th place right now.
Incredible. We'll be right back. The Pasquotank River.
You know, the weather definitely affects us both, it seems like. But if you're in Florida, the Florida strain bass, the weather really seems to affect that. But I've always struggled a little bit whenever it's lightning, you know, bolts are popping off and they're trying to spawn. I feel like that kind of runs them away from the super shallow water and trying to spawn. So hopefully it don't hurt it too bad. Hopefully the lightning holds off, but it definitely can hurt the fish. And you know, the wind can definitely hinder the fishermen also, so I think it kind of hurts us both. The hard part of the week is not, you know, getting the lead, it's being consistent. That's literally the chore this week is going to be consistency all 4 days. This is going to be an extremely difficult place to generate big bites day in and day out, you know. Those are the bites you have to have. So the lead to me is just kind of a stepping stone. We got 75% more, and it doesn't matter what place we're in, we got to have the most weight after 4 days. So the lead's just kind of where we landed after 1 day.
Not doing too bad on day number 2 either, and Kyle talking about that weather. The big system in general is pulling away to the north and the east, but still on the path to go through parts of the area here. The fishing parts are some smaller cells that could have a little bit of what Kyle was talking about, a little bit of lightning. Possibly you see some yellow and some red in there, that's usually what that indicates. But the big blobs moved away, but there's still going to be rain at selected spots in our playing field during the afternoon here. Kyle Welcher on top, 21 pounds and 11 ounces. He leads this thing. Trey McKinney hanging in there.
Hey,
Easton Fothergill back in 3rd place.
If you add in Trey and Easton's weight, Davey, they have a 10-pound lead on Kyle Welcher.
Oh, boy.
I got some big movers. We talked about Kyle Norsetter coming up from 82nd to 23rd. He's almost got 16 pounds. Greg DePalma on 4 fish. He's close to 17 pounds. He was 91st. He's inside the cut at 27. We have those guys. Tim Doobie, 17 pounds, 99th to 42nd. And Paul Marks just landed a 6-pounder after a 5. He was 94th. He's up to 28th.
Wow.
Pretty good moves.
I can't remember all that.
I wrote it down.
Okay, thank you. Send me a text or something.
So Kyle has moved away from that fish that he missed a few minutes ago. We'll be curious if he starts there tomorrow morning. We can remember that by the bulkhead.
Yeah. Like the.
I already have a local
Today, nothing's better. Shallow.
who is sending me
out deeper. Everything's about
Google Earth screenshots of where it specifically is, because I guess it's known, you know, that kind of thing. Lined up with our feed of it, like they're watching the show and they have their monitor pulled up. So we got some people definitely excited to watch it go down in their region of the country.
Hopefully they don't go try to make it go down this afternoon.
No.
Yeah, too much weather. I
more
wouldn't
red
try.
blobs. Yeah, more red blobs help.
Yeah. Not advised.
Yeah, there's a few landmarks around where Kyle's at. Kyle's using the glide bait, not the Bronco bug soft plastic bait, but it definitely looks like he's looking at a big one here. Yep, there it is. Ooh.
Yeah. Did you say the fall rate? I know it's only like 3 feet, but that was 1 second.
Just dropped it in on him again.
One, two, three.
That fish sure looks like it's gonna bite. If he might. Wait a day to fish for it a little more.
Rare, serene, and not much activity interlude for Kyle Welcher there because he has had a busy day. Started in early. This is a little later on in the day after putting a 7-pounder in the boat.
Freaking line that.
How about another one?
In the mouth. That freaking Bronco bug, baby. I can hardly stand up. I'm shaking.
Yeah, absolutely incredible day 2 along with a day 1 30-pound stringer Kyle Welcher, showing us how he got it done yesterday by almost doing the exact same thing today. He's a few pounds shy, but he's still got about 3.5 hours of fishing time left being so close to the check-in. So Kyle Welcher catching most of these fish on a Crest City Bronco bug, 1/4 ounce sinker, 3/0 Gamakatsu hook.
I couldn't see on my hood.
And just really taking his time, looking for these fish set up around isolated pieces of cover. Doing a good job getting those fish to bite.
How big is that?
Catching a few of the males, but doing a great job. Using his electronics and his patience to catch these bigger females. And gosh, we don't talk about lapping the field very much in our sport, but it's almost starting to get that feeling that he can lap the field.
I think he wins it. I think he wins the marathon peak performance by running away from the field. That's exactly what you said, Davey. Exactly what he has been doing today. Doing it quite successfully, and I have no doubt he can make it to 30 if things work out just right.
If he'll fish for him, and he's doing that a little bit. I guess it's when he sees the real big ones. The only other thing comes to mind that he might be doing with some of these fish is just making sure that they are on the bed, and the ones that are reacting to his bait, to really know which ones would be easier to catch tomorrow more than likely. But he mentioned it earlier, a thunderstorm, a few lightning bolts could really change up the way these fish, their attitudes, even still tomorrow morning if that comes through this evening. So we'll see.
And I normally have like the biggest margin of victories. I have it all on a spreadsheet that shows the largest in history, and Walters and Caleb Kufall, things like that. I'd have to dig deep to know what incredible leads we've seen after 2 days of competition. But like, you know, how many guys have had a 20-pound lead after 2 days and only won by 10 pounds, you know, so but I mean, there's very few tournaments you could be on pace for a record winning margin, and this is setting up to be the only challenger that Walter's seen in a while.
Yeah, Lake Fork Fall Patrick Walters tournament, I'm going to call it, is the only one that comes to mind that someone have a
But see,
20-pound lead.
And he didn't even lead day 1. Rick Clunn led day 1.
Yeah, but I'm saying day 2, a 20-pound 20-pound lead.
That's what I'm saying. Then he took the lead day 2, and then day 3 was when it just like started exploding. And so that's why even he had like a slow start to his.
Yeah.
Him starting with a 7-pound lead after yesterday, and then doing what he did today, like I don't. Polinick only had a 10-pound lead at Okeechobee this year, after his 34, because he had to catch up to DePaul. You know.
Yeah.
Yeah, Walters jumped from 2nd or 3rd at Fork on day 1 to an 11-pound lead on day 2.
Not a 22-pound lead.
Not a, yeah.
He's got-
And so, yeah, that's the interesting.
Well, we're getting closer and closer to weigh-in time. Got plenty of fishing time left today, but it's starting to become appearing in the background. We'll put it that way. We'll be right back. The St. Croix Bassmaster Elite at Pasquotank River. Sponsored by Minn Kota. By Bass Pro Shop. And by Skeeter Boats. It's got a heavy weather to the north. Pulling off to the east. Our area here. A few cells remaining headed this way. Don't know whether they'll hold together or not. There's going to be some more rain depending on where you are on this vast bass fishery. But Kyle Welcher definitely the story, the whole story of this day. Everyone else just trying to figure out what they can do to keep up with him, though they don't know probably that he has made such a substantial lead, built such a substantial lead as he has built. His 2 closest pursuers right there, Trey McKinney and Easton Fothergill.
Well, the evening bite is not what it has cracked up to be. I know that for a fact. I've seen 3 or 4 thrown at them. I've had 4 or 5 bites swimming it through the trees, and I've yet to catch one. They're just kind of nipping at it, touching it, not really wanting to eat it. So now we're going to have to come across either more fish, do something different, or just pray and come across the right one. I think that's what I'm going to do. But, because I know they're here. I mean, I've caught quite a few. I know 3 or 4 other people I've watched catch a few. But there's enough fish in here for me to get a couple more good ones. 100%. I might run a few laydowns or something before I go in, but no doubt in my mind there's enough fish here right now to still do good. It's just they can hide. You have to, I mean, you can cast every inch and still miss where a fish could be sitting in here. It's a jungle. A jungle. Oh man. Yesterday I didn't catch mine until the evening, but same time, because that island I was fishing, I really didn't, I never practiced it or nothing, because, oh my gosh, same thing, just slap it and take it sideways and not get it. But I found that island yesterday, I didn't even get to practice there. I ran down, I'm like, because I had 10 pounds. Oh my goodness. Hang on one second. I gotta catch one of these little guys. I'm hoping one time it's not a little guy, but 2 days of fishing it has been. All right, come on. Let's do this. Where is a big girl at? What is that? That is a state record gar. Never mind.
How good he is. Did you see him just turn around and throw it one?
Nice.
I was thinking that
almost
too.
180 degrees away from where he was
Either a bass
casting.
or gar.
That's what was incredible about watching like Smith Lake when
Got a
Robert
feeling it's
G
a
was
gar,
hitting him on the head 95 feet out there, and like that is, there's an art to that. That is a hard cast to make that accurate.
Yep.
I mean, I don't know if they'll be there tomorrow, but I feel like I got to leave them. Yeah. Yep.
It's part of the reason we can't let anglers go back and watch bass live, because if you're an angler and you're 24 pounds behind him and you know that he's leaving 5 and 6 pounders for tomorrow, you just sleep in.
Oh yeah, yeah.
Or not.
Or be there tomorrow.
Yeah, there could be some of that too. He's a poker player. He's not going to use all his wild cards today when he knows he doesn't need them.
No, he's got a whole card we don't know about.
Yeah.
Chances are.
It's been slower for Trey and Easton, even though they caught their fish in the afternoon yesterday. It's still been slower for both of those anglers than I thought it would be. Tyler Williams making a good push.
With the second largest weight to Kyle Welcher today.
What does Tyler have?
14. No, excuse me, Brandon Lester has 15. A couple batches more.
I'm about to add, just got word from the water that Lee Livesey has about 17 pounds today. He had like 11 yesterday, so he was right near the cut or below the cut. Now he's going to be up within the cut
Yeah, I
for
think
sure.
he was just out of 2 or 3 spots.
He'd be in the top 20 with that, wouldn't he? Still got the same amount of people without ambassador.
Yeah. I
coverage.
think anybody who withdrew their name from being an ambassador did it pre-tournament, looking at what the wind would be like. You know, they didn't even.
Yeah. They weren't going to play it by ear.
Yeah.
So much wood offshore here. It does remind me a lot of Santee Cooper, Lake Marion. You see the cypress trees and the cypress knees that are above water, but when you start looking, using your electronics, there's so much cover under the water.
Also got word that Seth Feider has a limit, but just 10 pounds or so. So that'd put him in that 26-pound range inside the cut. We can put him above that 50 line now.
Seemed like Easton couldn't go anywhere without seeing him yesterday.
Yeah.
He cannot.
Spent a lot of time just holding his bait out of the water. Looking yesterday, he He was throwing at one, it seemed like, all the time.
Mm-hmm.
Especially in the afternoon.
Yeah.
Yeah, he caught that 5.8 at like 12:45, and an hour later the 6.8.
Am I saying it's a runaway? No.
Nah.
Not it.
Hey, yesterday this time we had no idea. Kyle
We
Welcher.
said nobody's going to catch Easton Fothergill.
Exactly.
That's what we were saying
Whoa,
yesterday.
who said that?
You.
We or they.
We.
Was it they? I think it was they.
Such said there'd be 21 20-pound bags, I think. He said over.
Yeti hot seat's going to be Kyle. As far as we know, Kyle Welcher. Come weigh-in time. The weigh-in starts right here on Bassmaster.com at 3 p.m. Eastern Time. Dave Mercer will crank it up, and when it's said and done, we will have 50 anglers left ready to fish on semifinal Saturday. Write it down now. You do not want to miss it.
You're watching a B.A.S.S. presentation.
Pushing on into Friday afternoon here, getting closer and closer to weigh-in time, but lots of fishing time for a lot of anglers, lots of travel time involved as well, because it's not easy travel on the Albemarle Sound. It's very big, very shallow, and very susceptible to wind, so you got to be careful. You can get it done, no doubt. But it's great if you're not on a tight schedule. Kind of take it a little easier out there. That man right there has a formidable lead. If you're just joining with us, that is Kyle Welcher, the Angler of the Year with the Elite Series from 2 years ago. And he is back in a big way here the first time for the Elites to visit North Carolina.
A lot of fishing left to go, but he has not held a blue trophy over his head. But boy, he's in the driver's seat here in North Carolina.
He's putting himself in position, that is for sure. Had 30 plus pounds on day number one. He's up to 26 and a half on this day. And almost 22 pounds ahead of the rest of the field.
He's done well at the Sabine River. He made the final day, I believe, at Santee Cooper a few years ago. I know he was at least on camera on the weekend, whether he fell just short of the top 10 or not. When we talk about coming into the tournament, that it's a meshing of those two types of fisheries. You know, he's done well at the St. Johns River. This is kind of starting to be a little bit more of his identity, you know, of low country, maybe tidal, but just.
But he's also done well at places like Hartwell and St. Lawrence also.
Well, yes, some of those will most definitely be the momentum factor probably as well. Like when you get on a roll.
Yeah.
But spanning over, 2019, I'll have to see how he did at Winyah. Or no, I think he was a part of our 2020 class. So he would never have gone to Winyah Bay.
No.
I have personally talked to him about Santee Cooper. He does like that type fishing in this
Seminole, yeah, like he did well at Seminole. His AOY year.
It's one thing to have the lead that he apparently has, according to Bass Track, but it's a whole other thing to have 4 hours of practice time on the rest of the field like he's getting right now also.
That's, yeah, we don't know what he's seeing.
Right.
Everything he does, he plays close to the vest.
Yes.
I mean, from his cards to his fishing, so he may have located 3 more giants. Yeah, to his fish weight, he's kept that from us as well. Don't forget, in a couple of weeks, we are going to drop down to South Carolina, Lake Hartwell. More of an upland reservoir there. It's been the scene of much Bassmaster Elite Series, Bassmaster Classic action. Kind of a standby place, and it should be the right time of the year, right, Davey Hyde?
Yeah, a lot going on there, I think. The time that we're going to be there, there will be some spawning fish, still be players there. We saw Brandon Cobb do that a few years ago. But then also the blueback heron will come into play. There'll be some of that going on also.
Spawning offshore a little bit.
Yep. So,
dog fennel will be in full flourish, I'm sure.
Well, I think there's maybe a little dog fennel stubble
hanging around left over.
The lake hasn't been as low.
Okay.
In the last few years, like it was before that dog fennel classic.
Yeah, yeah.
Call it the dog fennel.
Yeah,
classic.
The dog fennel, well-known dog fennel classic.
Zona still. It took the final day. I had my nephew bring some in to show him. He thought we were totally making that up. There was no such thing as dog fennel, he said.
The dog fennel threat is real.
It is real. More real than the Arctic char that I've seen him claim to catch in many places.
What? You caught one with him. We were there. I took photos. I remember that.
Yeah, oh yeah.
That's what he called the Arctic char.
Catch some grayling too that day?
Yeah, I'm sure we did.
Flounder or two.
Yeah.
If we caught flounder at that lake, that would have been a real deep cast, because that was a real deep lake. That flounder on the bottom.
I just saw a fish. It must not have been a bass, because Easton did not give it the time of day, but it still amazes me how easy things looked for him yesterday at this time.
Oh,
when
yeah.
we would look at his graph there on perspective mode, it was like there were bass swimming around
Every
everywhere.
corner of that thing, absolutely.
And now there are very few.
Yeah.
I think
there was a bass there.
It looked like there was a bass there in between two stumps. It almost, if it stayed still long enough, it looked like a stump itself. There was a little wiggle to its wagon.
There's one swimming right there. He's not. He doesn't think it's a bass, and I trust his eyes on sight there better than ours looking from afar.
How long has it been since we've seen him drop a lure?
Yeah.
It's been an hour, it seems like.
Brandon Palnick just caught his second fish. It was a 6-4 though.
Ooh.
So got him inside the cut with a lot of guys not on Bass Track at all though. He needs to catch a few more to stay 46th.
There's one he's watching.
One kind of trucking along the bottom there. Well, when he felt he'd had it figured out yesterday, he decided they'd moved out. I'm sure he's checked further up in, see if they've gone back up shallow.
I was about to say something that I don't think I've mentioned yet. I talked to Kyle actually this morning, again, before takeoff. And he said that he fished even shallower yesterday than he caught his fish in practice.
Wow.
Which was very surprising. But watching Easton and Trey struggle so hard to see those fish where they were for them yesterday, and now they seem to have disappeared, maybe they have gone shallow.
That fish was mean, by golly. I don't guess he acted like he'd never seen a bait before. Literally, as soon as he saw it, nah. Let's see. Should call. Maybe. Oh yeah, should. Nah, I don't know. Yeah, blue. Blue. A little bit at a time, son. A little bit at a time. Not even. Pound and 3/4.
No big ones have shown up for Trey McKinney today. He's got plenty of time. I'm sure he's got some more places to look as well. Let's take a look at all the catches now, big and small. Keepers of all sizes over the last 2 days, to date in this tournament.
Very, very well spread out. That's about 1 million acres of fishable water there. That's half of the playing field, wouldn't you say?
Yeah. How about a little trivia question regarding the bigger of those fish? And B.A.S.S. Daily Trivia, what was the biggest bass from the 3 prior events in the Albemarle Sound region? Would that be an 8.3, an 8.13, a 9.3, or a 9.13? Been a while for those previous events, but we're going to take you all the way back there and figure out which one it is, A, B, C, or D. Progressive Bassmaster Elite Series, and this is the Bassmaster Elite at Pasquotank River. St. Croix, I should say. Leave that out, very important. Our B.A.S.S. Daily Trivia, what was the biggest bass from the 3 prior events way back in the 80s? I think 79, 80, and 81 from the Albemarle Sound region in here, including Currituck Sound, which there was a Bassmaster Classic at one point. Was it an 8.3, an 8.13, a 9.3, or a 9.13? Davey?
I'll go B, 8.13.
C's get degrees. I'll go 9.3.
I'll go 8.3. I'll go lower on that. Oh! 9-13.
Why does it work that way?
9-13 back in the 80 North Carolina Invitational. Donald Foreman had an 8-4 and then 81. James Parker had an 8-11. Ricky Green an 8-3.
John Powell.
Jimmy
John
Houston
Powell
got the
goes way
Currituck,
back. Yeah.
Classic. Biggest fish, 612.
The two biggest our leader has brought in on camera today. Welcher started early at catching
In the
biggest.
mouth. That freaking bronco
Absolutely
bug,
did. Said he
baby.
fished for this fish
I can always
yesterday, got it to bite and lost it. Started on it this morning and put it in the boat, a 7-pounder, and then a little later, he kept it going with another 7-pounder. Oh, when things are going your way, they are all going your way. He said he felt like the chosen one, and he didn't mean that in an arrogant way. He meant that very
He just
honestly, like, hey, I'm blessed. This has been much greater than I expected. And that's what I love about tournament bass fishing. There are tournaments. If you fish many tournaments, you will have tournaments that you don't have any clue that you're going to win, that you can end up winning. You don't always know what's going to happen. Oftentimes they leave where you thought you were going to catch them, but sometimes they actually show up where you thought you weren't going to catch them.
Kyle's decided to fish a little bit here. He's been looking for a while, kind of scoping out some places to fish for tomorrow and
Easy.
championships on
Those are fighting words, Tommy.
What's that?
Davey, of your victories, which one was least likely for you?
Almost all of them,
Oh, no,
to be
come
honest
on.
with you. More least likely than likely, I'll say that. I really can't think of anyone that was just more of a shock, but very
Nothing
few
out of
that
the
I
blue
actually,
that, man, I had no idea I was going to.
Yeah, most of them were that way. Most of them really were that way. And I've seen people, I think we all have if you're around tournaments, that will, especially like jackpot tournaments, only show up if they think they're on them or if they think they're going to win, and that usually doesn't work. You show up and fish and you'll win. Or I did in my career, I won more that were surprises than ones that I knew going in had a great chance to win. Yep, for sure. Yeah, most of them were a surprise, so really and truly.
Like didn't have a great practice and say if I do this on day one and then they may be here on day two and then up at the dam, the birds.
Yep, definitely a surprise. I didn't go there till, you're talking about that Pickwick tournament.
Yeah.
I didn't go there till 11 o'clock on the first day. It was not my first option.
Keep an open mind, keep going.
Yep. Just keep your head down.
Magic can happen.
Try to make good decisions, yeah. You hear people say, when it's meant to be, it's meant to be, when it's your time, all those things, and I think that way a little, but keep your head down, keep working hard, and hopefully good things happen.
Yeah. Yeah, too many times we say, I think I got this now. Yeah. There's somebody sneaking right up behind you with a baseball bat.
That's why I feel so much better nowadays, Tommy, with fantasy fishing, that I pick them well before practice, and I don't look at practice, because I used to go to the elites when I worked on the road, and I'd be at that pre-tournament meeting, and that darn pre-tournament meeting,
You listen to that doc talk.
Dude, I'm catching them. I'd switch my team if he didn't get 85th or worse every time. It was just that, clockwork. And I said, I'm not listening to these guys anymore.
I would say better off looking for the most bummed out, guys at the angler meeting.
Dejected.
Yeah.
Never failed, though.
It is interesting that Easton is using perspective mode and Kyle is not. Both.
What does that tell you?
I just think it's just personal preference.
What they can see better, what they can see movement on better.
But most people, when they're fishing as shallow as Kyle is fishing, uses the landscape perspective, you know, whatever brand you're using. But it's personal preference. But most people do in that shallower water want to look not with your traditional forward facing.
Yeah.
But hey, how do you argue with
no,
57 pounds in a day and a half?
Not really.
Go to the other side.
Talk to Kyle about that a little bit this afternoon if I'm able to talk with him. That'll be a good question to ask him.
Yeah.
Well, speaking of Kyle, and we think about the Pasquotank River, how big is this creek and river? And I wanted to bring it into the Dakota Lithium Screen of Knowledge. This Pasquotank River, guys, we could have an AOI championship, and you're restricted to just the Pasquotank River. Like, when we think about 2 million plus acres, the Albemarle Sound, all of the other creeks and rivers, how big of a body of water it is, you could do a smaller tournament just in the Pasquotank River. And I wanted to show the kind of the recipe we see in a lot of these flatter, shallower bodies of water and what makes this takeoff area unique. So when we look at, actually, this isn't Lake Master, this is Coast Master, because we are right there connected to the ocean. When you're looking at this, we've got that 6 to 10 foot at most in the light blue, and the dark blue is the deepest water. And when we get up near takeoff, guys, that is where the deepest water is. So the recipe of these, maybe not residential fish or retread fish, it's got the best recipe water depth-wise. Let me go, the video's restarting now, but as we go from the mouth of it all the way up here, you've got the red, the absolute shallowest, 1 to 3 feet. You've got the 4 to 6, you've got the 8 to 10, and you've got at most 15 feet or so right around the waterfront in the river portion above. And so if you wonder if all these tournaments dump fish back in Elizabeth City, do you need to run far? Well, they don't have to swim far to get to that deeper water, no matter what time of year it is. They've got it here in waterfront. So it makes sense. The Pasquotank River is definitely a factor, and sometimes bad practices, staying close, results in good tournaments, and that's what we're seeing 2 days in. A good water recipe for Kyle Welcher.
That's a great point.
Back to you.
Pasquotank's got everything that they need right there. It really does.
All depths and all sorts of
hard to find that dark
environments for them to
blue
be.
anywhere but the actual sound itself.
Storm to the north, and now the east is still looking pretty menacing, but so far that's all it's done. It's mostly menace. It will rain earlier in the afternoon. How about our Dakota Lithium Bassmaster Rookie of the Year points? Evan Kung did not make it in yesterday.
There's 3 anglers who did not. Matt Robertson, Chad Pipkins, and Evan Kung. So he dropped down big time. Any fish today would be huge to get him points on the board for Rookie of the Year.
Yeah, Evan Kung has held that top spot since the start of the year. Tucker Smith now, the angler on top with Bo Browning right behind, and Neil Wagner, who won the celebrity event at the Bass Pro Bassmaster Classic. Paul Marks, Easton Fothergill crawling up out of the basement there. Blake Capps and Andrew Lober. St. Croix Bassmaster Elite at the Pasquotank River, part of the Progressive Bassmaster Elite Series. Elizabeth City, New Jersey. That's off to our fantastic host city, North Carolina. No, North Carolina. What did I say, New Jersey? There isn't Elizabeth City, New Jersey. That's why I said that. Rapala sponsors our coverage here, whether I give the right state or not. They said they'd help me out here.
Go Ike!
The people are very nice here in Elizabeth City.
That's right. Yes, North Carolina, first time ever for the Elite Series to show up here at Tar Heel State, and we are delighted to be here. That's our standings as it stands right now. And Kyle Welcher, as you can see, you're just checking in with us here. Kyle Welcher knocked out. We thought Easton Fothergill had the big lead going into the weigh-in there. Kyle Welcher was not on our radar. He showed up with 30-plus pounds, took that lead, added to it today. He's now up to 57 pounds and 3 ounces. So it has been the all Kyle Welcher show during the course of the day.
That we know of. Maybe another surprise today.
Hey, there's just as many anglers we don't know about today, so things could be surprising us. Let's take a look at our Toyota midday report to fill you in on the rest of the news from this, well past the half-day point. Day number 2, Joey Cifuentes, 9th place.
Yes,
this after day 1.
Toyota midday reporter for people that we do know about. We have cameras with. Joey had a tough start this morning, missing a lot of fish, short striking.
Actually, I just hadn't had a bite.
Had some extra time to fish today, but had a slower start. But it all equaled out. He said he was looking for 8 pounds to try to secure a spot in the cut for tomorrow, and he did that. 5-fish limit, about 10 pounds or so unofficially in 9th place, better than just making the 50 cut. He's in the top 10 right now unofficially. 28 pounds, 12 ounces.
Felt like he got some good work done on day number 1. If he could just do enough to feel he was assured of making the cut, he might wrap it up a little bit earlier today, but he's stick it out till he gets his limit. So he did.
Just missing that 7-pounder, 7-11, I think it was, wasn't it, Soups?
He may have enough time coming back, too, with it being a little less rough, that he can maybe fish around a great area in the Pasquotank as we go to Easton Fothergill. Somebody who, like you said, Tommy, was in control yesterday, was feeling good about it, and today, just no big ones, just a bunch of those regular keepers, it seems.
Yeah, had a big moment yesterday where he sort of thought he had it figured out. The fish had moved back off a little bit, and that didn't seem to hold up today.
It did not. It looked easy for him yesterday.
Oh, yeah.
As far as fishing goes, he was seeing a lot of fish using his forward-facing perspective mode. We were watching a lot of those fish that he caught, roaming around this cover that was off the bank just a little ways. Looked like he certainly had it figured out. With the water temperature being lower than it had been a few days before that, and the water levels being lower, certainly looked like he was on his way to maybe a back-to-back win after the Classic, winning his first Bassmaster Elite tournament, but a lot tougher for him today.
We had Trey McKinney right behind Easton Fothergill as he headed to the weigh-in yesterday, not knowing, as we say, that Kyle Welcher had done such a great job out there. Trey McKinney, good day number 1, but not quite on the pace yesterday, especially no big size showing up for him today.
Yeah, absolutely. And if you look at Easton and Trey having a good day yesterday, 23 pounds. Before this tournament started, us not having an Elite Series tournament in the state of North Carolina, let alone right here on the eastern shore of North Carolina. Kind of what has happened to them yesterday and today is like, okay, you get that 23-pound day, then you're going to have a day that might be 10, 12, 14 pounds, but then that's kind of what it's going to take to make a top 10. Kyle Welcher is the only one that hasn't really done anything like that. All the other anglers in this tournament really have had better days and slower days, all of the ones in the top 10, but Kyle Welcher is certainly the one that is not paying attention to having an off day here. He's had nothing but good days.
At over 30.5 pounds on day number 1. To everyone's surprise, it started with a giant lead of 7 pounds over Easton Fothergill.
And you would assume, Davey, you subtract 1 or 2 of these big ones, he still has a phenomenal day, but that first fish, after not catching it yesterday, showing up today, getting it in the mouth and finally catching it, started his day off strong. If you lose that fish or miss that fish, the rest of your decisions could be not what they were.
Yeah, big key for Kyle is slowing down. That's what he said after yesterday, and that's what he started doing today. And like you mentioned, Ronnie, starting on the only fish that he knew where it was at, the only big fish, and being able to put that fish in his live well gave him that calmness that he needed to just start looking around slowly but surely, trying to find another big one. And he has done that, one fish after the other. I just wish we knew how many more fish he is going to have marked by the end of the day today to start on tomorrow. Maybe we don't need to know that. I don't know.
Well, and the less that he sees, Davey, the more we may see him start fishing, which is just as dangerous for him.
Yeah, that's kind of what I'm doing right now. I mean, if I see one that I think's really big, I'll probably catch it. But it's kind of hard to tell the difference in a 4 and a 6. It's not super easy because they're around so much cover. It ain't like they're out in the open. You get a really good look at them. You really don't get that good of a look at them at all, to be honest with you. So, basically, planning for tomorrow for sure. But I'm not against catching a daggum biggin.
Not against catching a daggum big one. Might be the quote of the day.
We talked about all the other advantages he gave himself today. He's also given himself the advantage of not having to make any severe travel out there in the water. I mean, you talk about getting a calm demeanor. That's one of the important components of it, right there.
How big it was or what it was, but still a fish that I don't have in my box. So, gosh dang it, hang on. Looks like a big one. What in the heck? Where's that fish at? Oh, it's a goer. Yeah, just saw when I threw up there and it thumped it and I set the hook and my worm had, when he ate it, he curled my worm over the hook. Yeah, that sucks. But it's all right. There's other fish in the sea, I think. It's probably the hardest fish I've ever had to see, by far. Between the pollen and sheer just don't even know what's on the bottom. It makes it tough. Come on. You gotta guess, and then when you guess right, you're like, oh, then you see it. I'm just doing this. I think I can catch my biggest fish like this. So we're gonna find out. I need a few more trees, vertical trees. Because if I could see 3 or 4 more on a tree, I should catch one, I would think.
He mentioned the hardest fish that he
Or
has
that's
tried
the hope,
to see.
anyway.
You've been probably playing a little more golf, and I've been
That one
fishing a
right
little
there
more
looks good.
recently. The pollen
Come on, please have a fish.
Oh, man.
is really, really
big
tough
ear.
with your ability to see with forward facing.
With the forward facing,
Yes.
it's
Oh my gosh.
just the particles
Yes.
deflect the signal.
Yes.
Wow.
Almost like blacks it out.
Thought that was a fish in there. It is not.
And a water gun full of soap won't help.
Right.
Yeah.
Right.
Dang it.
Kind of on the backside of that, where
flipping
he's
it.
at now, I feel sure, just like it is, around my home waters. But
I was hoping.
2 weeks ago, it was very difficult to see it all with forward facing.
Wow.
My Mega Live.
I did not know that.
It's like a perfect tree. The trees they sit on, they can't be like vertical. Like it has to be like this. It's the weirdest thing ever. I haven't seen any on stumps. Nothing. Just trees that are sideways. It's kind of weird. Kind of weird. I figured they'd be loaded on these stumps. Practice, I pulled out here, I fished stumps for literally an hour of the 3 hours I had to practice and never had a bite. I was like, golly. So then I come up here and started flipping and then I went, don't, don't. I must have caught them all yesterday. You catch any? No. No. 12. I haven't actually. Hey, see that lay down right there? There's 2 big ones on it, but I had them bite, but I didn't catch it. That's what they've done to me all day. They just hit it, not eat it. Drives me crazy.
Mystery competitor out there that he's communicating with.
I think it might be Tyler Williams.
Tyler Williams.
Either Tyler or JT, but I think it's Tyler.
It doesn't eat it.
All part of the same class.
Yes.
Yes.
Yes. Yes.
Take an opportunity here to look at some more of the standings, the important standings of the year. Or maybe we'll wait for later.
It's so fun to listen to Trey. It wasn't biting. I said, golly, all of a sudden, donk. Woo, woo. Yeah,
There it is, Progressive Elite Series Angler of the Year points. David Gaston on top there with 259 points, just a shade ahead of Bill Lowen. Things have changed here. Jay Shakura now in 3rd place. Bryant Smith, good day 1, moved into 4th place. John Cox, who was right up there in 2nd, I think, at one point, down to 5th place. Whitaker, LeHue, John Garrett, who came here with the big lead, down in 9th place. Parks, and I forgot number 10. We'll get that for you. I got to learn to count faster. Continuing on into the afternoon, day number 2, the St. Croix Bassmaster Elite, Pasquotank River, Elizabeth City, North Carolina is our host city. Fantastic place. Some clown claimed it was New Jersey. We got rid of him. He's out. Out. That's it. Yeah. Great area. Love being here. Can't believe we've never been to North Carolina with the Elite Series, and we are having a great tournament now. We have seen one of the most incredible displays of big fish catching ability by our leader, Kyle Welcher, who is running more, has pointed out numerous times today, is going to challenge for the all-time, we thought, unbreakable record of winning margin in a Bassmaster Elite Series tournament.
Yeah, the fact, Tommy, that we are halfway through the event, or not quite halfway through, and it's getting to the lead that it is, where it's 20 pounds or so. 29.10 is the mark. 21.2 gets you 2nd place for the largest margin, which was Corey Johnson last year. So anything 20 or more is going to get you top 3 largest margin of victory. Still a long way to go in a tournament, and a lot of things can happen. You can go catch 10 pounds the next 2 days for Kyle Welcher, and someone catch 25 and 30, but on pace right now, he is well doing his homework.
As a competitor, though, I have to think if he did it in 2 days, I can go do it in 2 days.
Absolutely.
You have to think
100%. The only thing is, if you struggled on day 1 because you went 150 miles, I don't think he's going to go 150 miles. So he's going to have 16 more hours of fishing time for sure.
I don't want to junction, but the Bass script this year, Lowen, Palnick, Fothergill, is to have a slow final day morning.
Yeah.
Let your lead go all the way away, and then catch what you need to either win by your starting margin or by
Happened in the Classic, too. The first 2 Elites and the Classic. We've seen that this year.
We saw it at Clarksville with Chase Clark, Tommy.
Did you?
He had that big day 1 and was slow till the afternoon, and then was able to win that open. Blaine Bunny was catching him.
Brandon Palnick, he only needed like 18, 15 to get a century belt. He only ended up with 14 and change. He still won, big, almost 16 pounds.
I think just to cement this point in one more time, Yui Aoki had a pretty good lead and looked dominant at Kentucky Lake for the Open.
Yep.
And for part of that day, he had lost the lead and was in 2nd, 3rd place, and finally retook it at the end to win. So it has been the story of the final day struggles for whoever's looking unbeatable.
Yeah. Only cure for it is cancel the final 2 days.
Well, don't test an Open, Tommy. Don't you dare test an Open.
Yeah, that's what I was referring to.
Sorry.
Everybody's zero, though.
Happy to report, Greg DePalma filled his limit. I think it's the 2nd biggest of the day, 18.5 pounds. He was in the 90s. He's in the 20s right now. I don't know if he'll hold. There's guys who aren't on Bass Track at all. So
what's this total, according to Bass Track?
18.5 total is 23.8, so that's right
right there,
And they're at 11.7, double that up and add a pound or subtract a pound.
2 good tournaments in a row for Greg DePalma.
I didn't think she was on bed. I don't think so.
All right. Things move on here, and we're getting close. The weigh-in for our first flighters is an hour away, so that starts at 3 p.m. Eastern Time here. Right now, though, back in Elizabeth City, North Carolina, is Kyle Jesse. Let's bring Kyle in right here. Great noontime show today, Kyle. And I want you to give an educated guess. When we were watching just a moments ago, Kyle Welcher for about an hour, just kind of putting around, looking at what is out there. How many big fish do you think he spotted and didn't tell us about?
You'd have to think, based on what he's seen so far, or we've seen so far today from him, he's probably finding more and more. I mean, that's the dangerous thing about what he's done, is not only the impressive weight day one, and then obviously what he's done today, you know, we've seen on live, it's been incredible, but he's got all this time available to him now to search new water, find new places, and, you know, for a guy that had a bad practice, that you know, surely hadn't looked that way on the water so far, but having all that available time now, that's got to be a huge advantage for him moving forward the rest of the tournament.
So, Kyle, I try to watch the halftime show normally, but today I'll have to admit I was eating tacos trying to get an early lunch. But I'm just real curious. We've seen the water level low again today, and I missed the halftime show. Scooter was going to explain exactly why with the east wind we still had low water even though it's supposed to blow in. Can you dive into that for us?
Well, I asked him the question, and I think the more that he talked, the more confused I was. So I'm not exactly sure that my recollection of what he said is going to translate well. But yeah, he explained that the water would potentially fall out of this general area even more. How so? Don't ask me. But apparently it's possible, and I don't know. It could throw a wrench in what he's doing. But I guess we'll have to see.
Kyle, I have to admit I'm totally messing with you there. I did watch it, and I knew even less after I watched it than I did before. But anyway,
local secrets, Davey. Local secrets.
Yeah, he didn't want to give away the juice.
Hey, Kyle, we're talking about Kyle Welcher, 20-pound lead, or roughly right now, going into the weekend. You said it might be that was your bold prediction, a close final day still. I feel like you're going to have to, at the weigh-in, find some confident anglers who are trailing him that feel like, since we've seen 2 30-pound bags get caught by him, that they are seeing good things come. So we're going to need that report from you. But at that point, that's what it's going to have to be for these guys.
Yeah, I was hoping we would just drop my bold prediction just and totally off the map. When we had to make those bold predictions, it was early on this morning. I thought, you know, every time we get these tournaments where a guy has a big lead heading into the last day, you know, heading into day 3, it seems like it's always more entertaining than we might have thought beforehand. That was before he went on to catch another 7-pounder, a 5-pounder, a 5-pounder, whatever he's got now as far as each fish. But, you know, if nothing else, it does at least prove to the other guys you can clearly do it. Now, you've got to be doing maybe something a little bit different than what a lot of the field has done. But, you know, if nothing else, that gives you a little bit of confidence. They clearly swim out here. You know, it's possible. So hopefully somebody's got that confidence you're talking about there, Ronnie.
Kyle, sure appreciate it. You have such a great sense of humor, and we appreciate you putting up with the Grand Inquisitor sitting here at the table here, Kyle Jesse. Always doing a great job on site in Elizabeth City, North Carolina. Back out now to Kyle Welcher, and still on the lookout, plotting his moves, looking at what might be available tomorrow. If you're just checking with us, Kyle has a background as a professional gambler. So as Davey pointed out early today, he's a guy that doesn't show his cards. I mean, he absolutely does not.
And that's Kyle Welcher. Kyle Jesse doesn't have a poker program.
Oh, I'm sorry.
No, he doesn't have a degree in that.
I said, let's get out to Kyle.
Yeah, no. I know. We got 4 Kyles out here. Kyle Jesse and 3 Kyles on the elite. So
God, without Kyles or Justins or
Brandons,
we wouldn't have enough first names to go around here.
Come on, baby. Come on, baby. Come on, baby. That's a giant.
Trey needs one good one to help him eat into that lead that Kyle has. Oh.
Why, dude? Why? Why? It's a Nico. It's a Nico. Yep.
His hook broke.
Oh, the hook broke.
I didn't see 100%, but I think so. Oh. As an angler, you know when, I mean, you hate to lose a fish anytime, but you know when you absolutely had to have that fish to stay in contention.
Now, anybody, Joey Cifuentes, of course, taken off a while back to get an early start on the travel time, and he has successfully made his way back to the launch area. Try his luck in here. We've seen some pretty decent fish come from this general area today.
I'm feeling like I want a, 4-pounder. I take a 3-pounder, but maybe I feel like I want a 7-pounder. 6 is okay. Maybe an 8. That's kind of what I'm feeling like. I'm back here to take off. It was rough. Wasn't too bad, but there was a storm that blew through, and I got plenty of time. I never practiced up here, so I'm just messing around, trying to see if I can maybe find a few fish, maybe catch a big one. I mean, they live around here, so I'm just fishing, trying some stuff. People are yelling at me over there. I love it. We got Bass fans out here cheering us on, man. It's awesome.
Yeah, Joey Cifuentes, kind of like Trey McKinney, has had so many grabs that just did not turn into full-on bites. I mean, there's just so many.
This morning, he missed his first 4 or 5 bites and got there earlier than he did yesterday. Thought it'd be a good day to make up some ground. But man, had some tough luck early on.
Would you say, Tommy,
Don't believe it's because they're spawning.
Yeah.
Grabs that didn't turn into nabs? Is that what it was?
Into bites, into full-on bites. Yeah, hooks in mouths.
Gosh, it's even more than I thought. That looked like about 6 or 7 different misses he had there this morning.
And at least as many for Trey, I would say, too, we have seen today on Bassmaster Live. Really hanging in there. Joey and Trey both hanging into the top 10 right there, looking good to make the cut. And that, again, is what, when it's all said and done, what today is all about. Got to be in the top 50 if you want to fish on semifinal Saturday and into the top 10 for Sunday. '25 St. Croix Bassmaster Elite at Pasquotank River. Sponsored by Ranger Boats. By Rapala. And by Yamaha. Heading into our last hour of Bassmaster Live coverage of this Day 2 action here. Heading toward weigh-in time, which starts at 3 p.m. Eastern Time. Full field of 102 will be cut down to 50. We will continue on with this tournament into the weekend. Semi-final Saturday, championship Sunday with 10. Only 10 left for that. Kyle Welcher. I think we could take a vote, and I think more people voted that he's already qualified for Sunday.
Yeah, absolutely.
I don't think there's any doubt about that. Such an overwhelming performance. I mean, he has overwhelmed the field. Lapped him, if you will.
Yeah, and I think everyone looked forward to this event when they saw it on the schedule coming to North Carolina and heard nothing but great things about how friendly the people are here. But I don't know of anyone that thought we're going to be close to 60 pounds leading after 2 days. No. That's absolutely incredible for anywhere in the country. I don't care if you're California, South Texas, or South Florida. That's incredible to have right at 60 pounds. It's because we're probably, you know, he's probably got 58. That's usually the way bass
easy.
track rolls.
Sure.
For 2 days, that's incredible.
Got 26.8 today alone. And not done fishing.
Yep.
And he's got some pretty even entries, 2 7.0s, a 3.8, a 5.0, a 4.0. He's got some ounces on probably each of those.
Yeah. But I mentioned before, as a competitor, you have to say, he just proved that you could do it. I'm going to bank on him. He's going to have to stumble a little bit to give anyone a chance.
Yeah.
But also, these are all elite anglers. They've all qualified to be here. They're special. I've got to think as a fellow competitor that I can go do what he did. I can go catch 58 pounds in 2 days.
McKinney knows he did. In practice, he had 32 pounds by noon.
Wow.
1 day of practice, pre-practice, sorry.
Pre-practice, yeah.
How about a 0, not 0 to hero, but 0 to, okay, I got some points. The 3 guys who had 0 yesterday, Evan Cummings got a little over 9 pounds. Matty Robertson, 13 1/4. He just caught a 5 or 4.5, and Chad Pipkins, a 14.5 bag with a 5.8 just recently. Making
Good for them.
A little bit of points, yeah.
Yeah, good for them.
Come back.
Did Chad not make it back? Is that what it was yesterday, or just had 0?
Yeah, he did. He started going and said, "I'm not going to make it." And
Okay.
turned back around and.
Both Kyle Welcher and Joey Cifuentes on your screen. They're both very close to the headquarters, the takeoff, and weigh in.
Shane LaHue bucking to get a camera tomorrow. He just knocked John Cruz out of the top 10 with a 4-pounder. He's in 9th.
That would give us a North Carolinian in the top 10.
Oh, straight to it.
After Welcher's 26.5, Greg DePalma with the second best bag, 18.5. Good North Carolina, good New Jersey angler.
Yeah, wait a minute.
£30. No, I got 10 pounds. I only got like 10 pounds. Yeah. No. No, I got 10. I ain't got nothing, man. You got him, cowboy? No.
Yeah, it's almost like a hold up there, wasn't it?
A little bit.
You got him, I'm going to come fish close to you. If you don't, I'll move on. I only have credit cards with me. I don't carry cash.
Come on, reach for the sky.
Uh-oh. She finally bit the dust.
could paint this picture, how many times it has happened. So Joey left his area a long way away. Storms in the area, wants to give himself time. He said he wanted to be sure he made the cut. Has no idea he's unofficially in the top 10. If he catches him a 6 or 7 pounder here close, it could totally change what he's going to do tomorrow.
Oh,
and
right.
all legal, all on up and up. I'm not trying to say, but
oh yeah.
But if we only knew how many times tournaments are won or lost and or changed.
Yeah, affected.
Affected, yeah.
Yeah.
Changed in a big way, affected in a big way because of scenarios just like this.
Yeah. Random sort of things happening.
Yes.
Changing
the whole
course of the action.
Course of the tournament.
Yeah. I don't know if anyone solved the question of where all those fish moved to that we saw yesterday. I can't get a feel for it.
If they have Scooter on the halftime show again tomorrow,
Well, okay. We'll add that to the list.
Throw that in there, yeah.
Yeah.
I thought that Trey and Easton had it figured out. But I did keep saying, why aren't other guys? Because that's like the obvious place.
Yeah.
Hey, the order failed. They're leaving that real
They're
shallow
backing
cover,
off.
coming out on that isolated. But today, where did they go?
Dave, if we went to your fishery and you were on TV and people were asking you, hey, where are the fish? Where are they now? Would you tell them the exact truth?
Pretty good.
Yeah, I think we're all poker players as tournament anglers, like Kyle. Don't show your hand. Check the fish, make sure they're doing okay. Makes for such a long day if you're fortunate enough to be in a position that Kyle's in. I've never had that kind of a lead, but I've had solid leads, and you make sure my fish are doing well. I don't want one to die. I want to, boy, it's never going to be way in time.
Yeah, come on, go faster. Yeah. Make time contract.
Yes, and most days you're scrambling for every second, and you look at your watch and you can't believe time has gone by as fast as it has.
Told you earlier, got the weigh-in coming up here in less than an hour. Bassmaster.com, 3 p.m. Eastern Time. Also, at the same time, you can watch 2 screens at once, or a screen and a phone, or however you want to do it. Moultrie Behind the Tanks is a feature. Shows up on the YouTube channel, and there's Pat. Pat and his gang will be back there trying to get some insights on what went on out there amongst these anglers, why some people succeeded, why some people fell short on this day. It's fascinating to watch Moultrie Behind the Tanks. You can find it on YouTube. Day number 2 of 4 days of fishing at the St. Croix Bassmaster Elite at Pasquotank River, 3rd stop of the year for the Progressive Bassmaster Elite Series. Had 2 down in Florida, 2 big events down there. Bill Lawrence and Polinick, 2 winners of those. Very entertaining tournaments. This was entertaining as well. Today, entertaining because of the dominance of one angler over everyone else. Kyle Welcher absolutely running away and leaving the field behind. Had a great day yesterday, an unexpected 30 pounds. We didn't have the unofficial tracking on him, so no one knew till he got to the weigh-in that he was going to have that much, and just started out the day with a 7-pounder and just put his foot on the gas and has not let up yet. He has let up a little bit recently because he's got more than enough, and he's just been sort of bebopping. Yeah, bebopping around, going from here to there, and looking for something to fish for tomorrow. is kind of right there. A little more light, a little more wind right now than we've had in the rest of the day, so conditions have changed some.
He did say about an hour ago, I'm not against catching another old big one.
Yeah.
If it's real big.
Kyle's smallest is a 3.5 pounder.
Depending if he's 1 or 2 pounds low, he'd need a 6 or 7 pounder to get up to 30 again. Hey, Austin Felix from 25th, he was falling down. He just caught a 5.5 pounder to get up to 8th place. He may be on camera tomorrow. Got 15.5 today, had 15 change yesterday.
There's Brock Mosley. Been missing him.
I wonder what happened to Brock. Haven't seen him this afternoon, as a matter of fact. He's catching him pretty good for a while. May have just stopped catching him pretty good.
Yeah, he's falling back a little bit. Must be what happened.
Yeah, his last catch was listed as 3 hours ago, so.
It's like he's flipping a creature bait or a jig, and he was not doing that earlier today or yesterday, so he's switching up his baits. Another sign that maybe he just hasn't had many bites.
Yeah. Okay. Well, there's a clue as to where he's been. Doing some running, getting back close to takeoff there. And that's travel is a big expense in terms of time around here. It takes a while to get from place to place because it's windy and it gets a little rough out there.
That's a scary thing, Davey, when you watch Kyle Welcher in the takeoff line hook a left to stay in here, and then you come back 7 hours later and he's still in here. You're like,
oh, shucks.
He is not left, and that is not good.
Yeah.
I got an update. We talked about Lee Livesey and Seth Fighter, guys who came in with their fish and gave us an update. Fighter is now up to 16 pounds, and that puts him in the 31 and change range, which puts him in our top 10, 8th place right now, right behind Jacob Fouts.
Wow.
All in all, though, the conditions have been better as far as running, much better today than what we saw yesterday, morning and afternoon.
Didn't take Cifuentes near as long as I would have thought him would take him to get back here.
Shout out to the service crew, worked long and hard yesterday afternoon and into the night. I'm sure they're probably due a break and hoping for a little bit of a break today.
I wonder if they brought enough replacement parts to...
Probably not.
Yeah. To get the job done.
That's also the other situation is like, if you burn up all your replacement parts day 1 and day 2, as we get into this tournament more, for those guys who maybe crack a big bag today and gain on Kyle Welcher somehow, you know, in your hopes of, you might not be able to make some of those long runs if you have no equipment to bail you out later.
And they carry a lot of extra stuff, but they go tournament to tournament to tournament.
Oh, no.
I mean, they can run out of things if you break enough. And there was a lot of people that came across the weigh-in stage yesterday said, I've got to go to the service crew. And they don't get enough credit for what they do. We do appreciate them.
I think they were the first person I mentioned on the Facebook Live this morning. It's 6:45 was, oof, it's an early start to the day after a late night.
That's right.
For that crew of a small knit group of dedicated folks that jump on competitors' products, whatever it is to get the job done for the anglers.
McKinney. Let's get back with Trey here.
That's crazy.
Uh-oh.
Wow.
We got a black bear. How about that?
Up a tree.
Wonder what he's doing up there.
Doesn't really want Trey looking at it.
That's a first for a bass.
We've not seen a bear on camera, ever. I didn't think I'd see him in coastal Carolina either.
You know, it's a bear population in South Carolina, I know from being in a wildlife meeting last week, has really grown. And there seems to be a population in South Carolina along the coast.
Oh, really?
And then also, obviously, in the mountain areas.
Wow.
But
I don't know what he's looking for up there. There's something,
Do you
something
think
to eat
they?
up there.
Do you think
honey, looking for honey.
Honey.
No, that's a yellow bear. That's not.
All bears love honey, Ronnie.
Yeah.
Do you think that the mountain bears of North Carolina come to be coastal? And if so, do they go down I-40 or how do they get? You know, we don't have.
I
many
don't know
reports.
what interstate they take.
They
but
don't
I'm sure
drive, Ronnie.
I'm sure they're all of, you know, they expand
back roads.
product of male bears wandering.
Right, yeah. Male bear will swim the Mississippi River. They got plenty of
looking for
instances.
honey around
Yeah,
here,
yeah,
right?
looking for a honey. Yeah.
Yeah.
Someone tells us that was actually agreed. So, okay.
Z train.
We'll have to investigate that.
I think I had I don't know if it's a cougar or a mountain lion, but I had bobcat, one of those three, because they're all somewhat similar.
Oh boy,
Okay, go ahead, Such. Go ahead, Such.
Chris Johnson's weight just came in over 20 pounds. He's got a 7 and a 5 and a 4.
Wow, that is news.
He's up to 16th.
How about that?
At 28 pounds
Tell
total.
us about your
No, it does
panther
not.
sighting.
It does not matter. It's just because it's slow. In Little Rock here, like in the backyard, and like big paws, but a short tail, like it was a young one that had the frame of it's gonna
Almost look like a Labrador Retriever, didn't it?
No.
Bobcat or?
That's what most of those in South Carolina turn out to be.
Yeah,
It's a
bobcat,
big
cougar,
cat
mountain
with
lion,
big
something.
paws, a black tail, and it curled up. Yeah, that was my lab.
I think there's an eagle in my backyard. Its talons are huge. That's a chicken, man.
Ronnie, what angler had a raccoon on camera swimming yesterday? Said they'd never seen that.
That was Ben Milliken from practice.
Was it practice?
Saw that
Okay.
on social, yeah.
Never seen a raccoon swim?
Well, not like
Well,
that.
you've
Not
not
in
been
front
out
of his
of-
boat. It was skiing.
Such only goes to Lake Maumelle occasionally.
Yeah, he'll swim across your swimming pool and get a plate of dog food.
Absolutely.
Doesn't take a minute to do that.
They're good swimmers.
Kyle Welcher, unsurprisingly, still on top. Still by a large margin, that's for sure. That's the story of the day. Trey McKinney, Houston Fothergill. Two big names have been battling it out a good while now. Kyle Patrick, Tyler Williams, Brandon Lester, still up in our top 10 fighter. Felix and Redwine.
You're watching a B.A.S.S. presentation.
We continue from here in North Carolina. The St. Croix Bassmaster Elite, Pasquotank River. Vast Albemarle Sound there against the Outer Banks and all the connecting waters here, but our tournament leader hasn't ventured very far away from the headquarters there. Probably not much more than 4 or 5 miles from where he put his boat in this morning.
At first.
And he has done
Burning
more
gas.
than done well.
Pretty fish.
No help. Greg De Palma. Yeah, that 6'10 earlier. He just landed at 6'12. Second biggest bag at 23 pounds, 8 ounces on Bass Track. He's up to 14th.
Where did he start today?
I believe he was in the, let's see.
90th or so, 92nd?
91st.
91st.
Wow. We've seen some breathtaking climbs up the leaderboard today. Let's get out to Brock Mosley, just kind of reconnecting with him. We catch him. He is hooked up right now. It looks like a good one.
Yes. Yes.
Yeah, he's got some issues with the microphone from the rain earlier today. It got pretty heavy in a few selected spots at times. Yeah, that's a good one. That's going to help the cause for sure for Brock.
As small as a 1 pound, 5 ounce on Bass Track.
Brock started
another
the day in our
1.7.
top 6.
Boy, that's a big help for him.
Mm-hmm.
He might be one that decides to stay a little closer tomorrow morning because I caught a big one right here with only 20 minutes to fish.
The secret may be out. More look at that landing there. Good chunky fish there for late in the day for Brock Mosley.
Black blue jig.
It's going to lift him up.
Looks like a post spawn.
Into the top 15. Yeah, he looks a little spawned out. Back to Joey Cifuentes.
Now Joey catches 7 pounder close right before check-in. It'll be interesting tomorrow morning.
Yeah.
Robin Howe said about the bears, she just texted and said, we've come down here for years near Manio to drive through the Alligator River Wildlife Refuge, and you see them a bunch. There must be a pretty big population in the general coastal region for them to be across this whole Pasquotank Albemarle zone.
Was that the Coast Guard?
Yes.
Yeah,
looked like it.
Big Coast Guard base here.
Oh, okay.
I mean, you have to wonder if even the Coast Guard had heard about Kyle Welcher's catch, his day.
They maybe have. They're trying to find him right now.
Yeah.
Be on the lookout for man with cowboy hat.
Yeah.
Fishing the cypress trees.
There it is.
Oh, there's your base right
there. They are. You might be watching Bass
Coast Guard
live.
Elizabeth City.
Appreciate their service.
See,
Glad
now
to know they're on a job.
When I was looking at the Pasquotank, researching and kind of looking at what maybe areas that would be good, I said, man, there's this long stretch of riprap bank. Well, that's probably the coastal area.
Ooh,
and probably
Daddy,
not
that
allowed to
went
fish
right
that
by
close.
your camera. That almost hit your lens.
Close call with the camera.
That was a close one.
Vibrating jig coming in hot.
Yeah. Trying to figure what state that's a map of. Is that South Carolina? On the back of his jacket
No,
there?
that's not South Carolina.
What state is that? Georgia. Georgia does look like Georgia.
You know, he may have got that when he won Seminole.
Didn't even phase you, man. You just stayed locked in. I
Zoom
just
in
threw
on
my
that.
jig in a crack. No, got the wrap around again.
Generators, machine equipment. Joey had quite a trip from Arkansas to North Carolina. I don't know if it was an accident, bad situation, or just a lapse of judgment, but he put good old gasoline in his diesel truck, and that doesn't bode well. So he ended up having to make some calls and be able to get a replacement vehicle for the week to finish out his trip here. And so he had a whole post about that, and I said,
what?
It's either a brand new truck to him or you don't goof up like that. I mean, that's a...
You talking to me? What'd you say?
Ronnie, he's asking you a question.
Oh, like distance-wise? Oh, they want to know about my story. Yeah, so if you hadn't heard what happened to me, I pulled a really rookie mistake in diesel owners. I went to a gas station that was a BP, and I put 33 gallons of gas in my diesel truck. And thankfully, I have some awesome people in Arkansas, Heartland Ford in Heber Springs, Arkansas, and my guy there bought me a vehicle. Those guys at that dealership, they fed me barbecue, like took care of me. I had people asking on the side of the road, like, hey, can we help you get where you need to go? And it sucked, but you know, it was a rookie mistake. I've actually done it before, so it's not the first time. And I had to pee really bad, so that's my excuse. I was talking to my wife and I had to pee really bad. So this was definitely a challenging tournament. Getting here, fishing it, and yeah. We're about to call her quits. We got to idle back a little ways, so. It was fun though.
I think question time's over.
Yeah.
I think he's got to pee, guys. So.
What is that about a poor excuse better than no excuse?
Yeah.
Hey, thanks for sharing that with us. Hey, it's a good way to get free barbecue. I mean,
Yeah,
gosh.
I mean, come on. There's, you know, all that, but free barbecue.
He had me at barbecue.
That's some good friends. Bring you a truck, bring you barbecue.
Man.
Croix caught a good one a few minutes ago. Certainly changed his day.
Absolutely.
Time for another one.
Moved him up a little bit, probably into the top 15. We'll see if that's reflected a little later. Kyle Welcher, though, nobody's going to unseat him until we get to the weigh-in. Now, you never know, but it would take a mighty effort. It would take something completely thought impossible in order to unseat him from that top spot, from that Yeti hot seat. Trey McKinney, Fothergill, Patrick, Tyler Williams, Lester Fouts Spider, Felix and Redwine. We love our fantastic host city, Elizabeth City, North Carolina. Hospitality harbor that it is. So much to see here and do here. Of course, the seafood restaurants are off the chart. It is a tremendous destination, wonderful, beautiful place, and a unique waterway and land coming together, the ocean and the land coming together, the Outer Banks just beyond. Beautiful stuff. Saw Joey Cifuentes just moments ago loading up to head on in. It's about that time. See what's on his mind.
I did what I could. I just didn't get one of those big bites like I had yesterday. So, you know, probably if I get to fish tomorrow, little helicopters flying over us. Coast Guard, baby. My dad was in the Coast Guard. Pretty cool. They got a base over here or something, but anyways, yeah. So if I get to fish tomorrow, I mean, I'm gonna get back down there and I'm gonna explore and expand and try and go find some new areas. I think I probably, you know, looking at it from today's how the biting was and the amount of fish I caught, didn't catch near the amount of fish. So probably just need to go do some exploring, go find some other places, and you know, might run into a little stretch that's got some big ones on it. But it's just junk fishing to me. The fish aren't. It's all. I know you gotta be in a good area, but like, that's just so scattered, and there's not really any rhyme or reason to a lot of it. So I don't know. This is a tough place, but it's been fun.
It's always fun when you're catching them, and Joey Cifuentes being on camera day 2 means he had a great day 1. I'm at the Dakota Lithium Screen of Knowledge. We are almost halfway through this event. Weigh-in's going to start very shortly, and then half our field will be gone. 102 anglers fishing today, 50 will fish tomorrow, and then 10 on the weekend or on Sunday. Thinking about some of those comebacks. When you start your season so poorly, the first thing on your mind, Davey Hyde, is I've just cost myself a great shot at making the Classic because now I've got to really catch them in the next couple events, and if I don't, then all of a sudden we're halfway through the year. Well, Kyle Patrick was thinking that, zeroing one of the days of the St. Johns River. He made a big video and was like, there's no way that I'm going to zero and have a terrible performance, but he did. 96th place at the St. Johns, almost last place there. Turned around the next week at Okeechobee, 31st place at that event, and this week it started today in 12th. He is now up to the top 5 on Bass Track, and this all equates to he is the last man after yesterday's competition in the Classic cut line. I know we're already thinking about the Classic, but he has gone from 96th after the first event to now 40th in the points race after a cut, and then now maybe a final day cut on the way halfway through this tournament. So that's the recipe. If you have a bottom 10 finish on the Elite Series, you're gonna have a good cut made and another good event, a great event. Some would say the top 15 is a great event if you're going to make up those points. And so it looks like through 3 events, Kyle Patrick could be back at good standing. I'm now where I want to be. It just took me a third of the season to do that.
Easton Fothergill's done himself a lot of good this week for sure.
Oh yeah, all the way. He spent 2 events in the bottom 100,
bottom 100,
2.
and now he's
82nd.
He's knocked out a fifth of that. What he needs to do.
And the ironic thing about that is Easton and Kyle started in the same dismal area on the St. Johns River.
That's right.
And great things have happened to them since then. But they both had their eggs in the wrong basket, so to speak, in that particular event.
Well, no kidding. Kyle Welcher, if you're just checking in with us before you get your weekend started, this is day 2 of this tournament, 4 days. We'll fish through Sunday. And Kyle Welcher surprised everyone. He didn't have an unofficial scoreboard on him, and he showed up the weigh-in with over 30 pounds and knocked out about 26.5 pounds today to take a massive lead. The man who was our Angler of the Year in 2023, Progressive Bassmaster Angler of the Year.
Surprisingly tough year last year.
Yeah.
After the Angler of the
Year. Tough year after that.
Certainly got it back on the right track here this year. I don't know how many of these fish are big ones, and I don't know how many that he has looked at that maybe he found out they are not bass, but he has put his poles down and thrown 2 fish that it appears to me that look like they're on the bed probably a dozen times since we've been watching him this afternoon. So we'll see how he starts tomorrow morning. It'd be hard to one up his start this morning, but he might.
Kyle was 34th, the St. Johns River. Good start for him, and then dropped down to 69th. Okeechobee, so this is a good one. Just a good tonic for that, this tournament so far.
Davey, this confuses me. I asked Welcher after his AOY, he was like 60th the year before. I said, well, what was the difference? He says, I didn't fish any different.
Well, we talk about momentum in this sport like other sports. It's a real thing. You just get on
every decision.
Good momentum, and there's also bad swings of momentum, and they just happen in sports, and our sport's no different. You hear, the batter saying the ball looked this big.
Right.
When I'm hitting well, and it looks like it's so small, the size of a marble when I can't hit it. I mean, it's just that way. Hooking and losing fish. I mean, just like we saw Trey today and Joey missing a lot of fish, and when things are rolling right, you just don't seem to miss any of those fish.
Just about to crank up the weigh-in. Elizabeth City. Waterfront there, and Kyle Welcher. There it is. That's the story right there. Kyle Welcher so far, and he's in the next county from these guys. I mean, he has gone so far. Trey McKinney, second place. Easton Fothergill, those have been back and forth between second and third all day. Kyle Patrick, a slow start to his season, moving up, doing himself a whole lot of good. Tyler Williams. Brandon Lester moved up into the top 10 today. Brock Mosley, he's been hanging in there. He has been in the top 10 for most of the time we've been fishing in this tournament, just about all of it. Jacob Fouts, we'll see how he fares today. Moved up yesterday into our top 10. Seth Fighter, Austin Felix, our two Minnesota. We got to have some Minnesota. We got three of them. Three Minnesota guys still in our top 10 here. For some reason, Minnesota's playing.
We always have some surprises at weigh-in, and I'm sure we will today. But, Ronnie, you and Such have looked. There has never been a 20-pound lead after day 2 in an Elite Series tournament. Such?
I can't recall one.
Yeah, I don't either.
That's phenomenal. It's been something to behold. If you can keep that going for another day, it would be miraculous. If you can go in for 2 more days, the record books are going to be rewritten as far as margin of victory for 4-day event, the Bassmaster Elite Series.
Just because it's never happened before, I just think that it won't be as easy as it seems like it's going to be right now.
Yeah, the theme, and Such has mentioned this, the theme is, 3 days of excellence, or two days of excellence, and then struggle. And that's more tournaments than not are like that.
What beautiful
that freaking
fish.
Bronco bug back.
Beautiful place and beautiful fish.
One of the big ones that live here, that is for sure. We appreciate the opportunity to experience North Carolina, particularly Elizabeth City. This week we get 2 more days of it. We'll be coming on the air at 8 a.m. Eastern Time on FS1, Fox Sports 1. Coverage continues on Bassmaster.com after that. I look forward to seeing you then. 3 hours on FS1. There'd be a lot of fireworks if it was anything like this morning. That is for sure. The weigh-in begins at 3 p.m. Eastern Time here today. We'll take our field down to 50 to fish on semifinal Saturday, so we invite you to join for the weigh-in today. Check out the surprises, whatever they may be, and we will see you tomorrow.